Praise Jah every morning. Oh, first thing you do when you get up in the morning, hail Jah. Jah Jah visit them young without warning. Visit every ugly wicked generation in His anger. Yeah, Lord, man a liar, liar, man a liar, man a turn up your defend them, ayada. Only we got Babylon conquer, only we got Babylon conquer. 2,000-year-old stamina, can't mash up all the ancient ayada. Ocean tea coming in, fire bingy coming in, Coptic still coming in. Agent Rastaman that the 12 tribe. Yeah, 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 praise Lord, praise Lord, praise Lord. From brutality, them profiting now. Generations that rich and they reap without labor. What is the whole of them attempting? With my sentimentality, none of them can tamper. I know business we see your childhood yearbook picture. Yeah, man a liar, liar, man a liar, liar, man a turn up your defend them higher. Only we got Babylon conquer, only we got Babylon conquer. 2,000-year-old stamina, now mash up all the Asian ayada. Ocean tea coming in, lion big coming in, tell child still coming in. Praise Jah, praise Jah, praise Jah. First thing you do when you get up in praise Jah. In the morning, thing you do when you get up in the morning. Thing you do when you praise Jah. Yes. Yeah. Don't want to leave you with heart palpitations. Don't want to leave you with arrhythmia. Go smooth and easy. Go warm and easy. Like Lionel Richie, say easy like Sunday morning. Yeah. Want to leave you with a high pH balance to be getting behind the wheel of your car. Yeah. Want to leave you in The same fullness that I first last saw you in the interior. Yeah. Precept upon precept, line upon line, law upon law, another. Yeah. Yes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yes. Beautiful and orderly, well disciplined. This is a dance hall. Look like a church on Sunday morning. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Look at the woman them. Hungry for food of thought. Hungry for food of thought. Who say they only lustly and flesh eating? Yeah. None of them smiling and keeping them distance. They're only interested in the food. The food. A song is spontaneity.
Got to be in that land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods of to be. Like these two swiftly gathered, Jah children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our needless eye, who keeps Ethiopia free, to advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness leading. We hail to
Neguselam. Greetings. Yes, I. Ekulekemu. Give thanks once again for this rising and this new light. Another light to do better today. This light than we did yesterday and accomplish the mission that has been bequeathed to we from the holy matrimony, which brought the holy patrimony given unto we, Ethiopian sons and daughters at home and abroad, to maintain the mission and complete the mission of our Father, of divine light, of peace. To give us this time again, welcome in, give thanks once again. Abakudus Kirmawe, Haile Selassie, Siam, Exhibia. Yes, I give thanks. Haile. Let I and I forward in. Haile. Sila. Give thanks. Yes, I. Once again, greetings to the state of Neguselam, Season 2, Section 2, Part 2. To Tawahido Negus, Malcolm Sepka, the Holy Bridegroom cometh, Matthew chapter 25, 6. Prophecies of the prophet that Messiah will come and save his people from bondage. Hot. Negus golden rule. Do not reward evil for evil. Do unto others as you will have done unto you. With Federal Chaplain Amda Zion Selassie of Local 49, Mahil Safari, Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated. Every Sunday, 12 p.m. Central Standard Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6 p.m. UK time, 9 p.m. Ethiopia time. Give or take a few minutes here and there. Give thanks. Give thanks. Sila. Sila. Moan besta. Zemanagere Zuhuda. Haile. Sila. Kadamawi. Yes, I and I golden lion. I and I golden king. I and I golden testicles. I and I jewels that we come for these principles of negus, of higher standard. Highly I. Dejan Shoah. Tafari. That's much. Keeper of the door. Highly I. Sila. Blessed I. Adu Ab. Weld. Memphis Kudus. Highly Akal. Abba Kudus. Katamawe. Katamawe. Highly Selassie. Siam. Exhibia. Sila. Malakata. Bahaman. Ab. Weld. Memphis Kudus. Highly Akal. Abba Kudus. Katamawe. Haile Selassie, Siam, Exhibia, Zila, Malakat, Sila, Haile, Sila, Abatai Chahoi, Silat, our Father, prayer, our Father, who art in Zion, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom has come, thy will has been done on earth as it is in Zion. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against I. Strengthen us in temptation, and deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever, world without end. To the true and faithful witness, the Lord's anointed, Abakudus Kedamawe, Katamari, Haile, Selassie, Siam, Exhibir, Sila, Malakat, Haile, Sila. It's at my back, lightning ayanda, Haile, divine, more ambassador. Zamanagate is a holder, Ethiopia, Star King, Haile. Neguselam, Lekulekemu, Malcolm Nagatu, Abakudus, Katamare, Haile Salati, Siam Exhibia, Yinagusi, Nkasitu, Yiteli, Miskeli, Yi Ethiopia, Kep, Nikusi, Yinakusi, Kidusi reading, Amlakana, Helena, Wasawana, Hasana, Sata, Amasakana, Amlakana, Helena, Sawana, Hasana, Sata, Amasakana, Amlakana, Helena, Wasawana, Hasana, Sata, Amasakana, Amlakana, Helena, Wasawana, Hasana, Sata, Amasakana, Amlakana, Helena, Wasawana, Hasana, Sata, Amasakana, Fireball, Stila, the King of Peace, be unto us all. Blessed rising with the glorious King, our Holy Father, the victorious, first might and power of divine peace of Kiddush Selassie, the Lord's anointed King, the Emperor's cross of victory, Ethiopia Star King, the Emperor's holy coronation, our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Untauto, feet like unto burnt brass, who come with the good tidings of peace and of freedom and of joy, who comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak, glory in the highest. How blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of better Israel. Blessed is he who comes in the most powerful name of our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Untauto, that bring good tidings of peace and of freedom and of joy, who comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of better Israel. Glory in the highest to our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Untauto, feet like unto burnt brass, who come with the good tidings of peace and of freedom and of joy, who comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Glory in the highest. Oh, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of better Israel. Glory in the highest to our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Untauto, feet like unto burnt brass, who come with the good tidings of peace and of freedom and of joy, who comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Glory in the highest. How beautiful. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of better Israel. Glory in the highest to our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Untauto, feet like unto burnt brass, who come with the good tidings of peace and of joy and of freedom, who comes with the most powerful name of our Amlak. How beautiful. Behold, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of better Israel. Glory in the highest to our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Untauto, feet like unto burnt brass, who come with the good tidings of peace and of joy and of freedom, who comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of better Israel. Glory in the highest. Sila. Ethiopia, Star King, Fireball. For we, the black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage, do hereby establish and ordain this Constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation, incorporated unto His Imperial Majesty as Commander-in-Chief of the Emperor Mihail Safari forces in accordance with the 1931 Ethiopian Constitution, Chapter 2, the powers and prerogatives of the Emperor. Article 29, the Emperor reserves the right, with the advice and consent of Parliament, to declare war. He further reserves the right to decide what armed forces shall be maintained, both in times of peace and in time of war. As Commander-in-Chief of the armed forces, he has the right to organize and command the said forces, to commission and to confer military rank upon the officers of the said forces, and to promote, transfer, or dismiss any of the said officers. He has further the right to declare a state of siege, martial law, or national emergency, and to take such measures as are necessary to meet a threat to the defense or integrity of the empire and to assure its defense and integrity. Article 30. The emperor exercises the supreme direction of the foreign relations of the empire. The emperor accredits and receives ambassadors, ministers, and missions. He alone has the right to settle disputes with foreign powers by adjudication and other peaceful means, and provides for and agrees to measures of cooperation with foreign powers for the realization of the ends of security and common defense. He alone has the right to ratify on behalf of Ethiopia treaties and other international agreements, and to determine which treaties and international agreements shall be subject to ratification before becoming binding upon the empire. However, all treaties of peace and all treaties of international agreements involving a modification of the territory of the empire or of sovereignty jurisdiction over any part of the territory, or laying a burden on Ethiopian subjects personally, or modifying legislation in existence, or requiring expenditures of state funds, or involving loans or monopolies, shall before becoming binding upon the empire and the inhabitants thereof shall be laid before Parliament, and if both houses of Parliament shall approve the same in accordance with the provisions of Articles 88 through 90, inclusive of the present Constitution, shall then be submitted to the Emperor for ratification. Fireball, hot. The King established us as part of his Imperial Mahal Safari army, those who took vows of oath of allegiance unto him. Mahal, Ethiopia, Tanawi, Mahala, Mahel, Mahala, Mahel, Safari, the sword of the majesty. Safari is part of his imperial Mahel Safari army as an auxiliary force who know how to use modern weapons and safeguard Ethiopia's divine heritage according to the 1931 Ethiopian Constitution, Article 29 and Article 30. The law. News of the week in review. Blast from the past. New York Times, October 4th, 1935.
Brady, Russ. Sorry, Russ. Brady. There's nothing on the screen. Only your emblem is on the screen. You know, no, there's nothing. What you're reading is not on the screen. You're not
Sila.
sharing.
All right,
Yeah,
give
sorry to
thanks, I.
interrupt. Sorry to
No,
interrupt, Russ.
give thanks, I. Aye. I think when I get the message come through, it threw I off the screen. Fireball. Hot. I. Might have to turn off the messages. Fireball. Hot. Yes, I. I. Yes, I. Can I see it now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right. What all did I not see? Forward, I. From the beginning? I.
Yeah, nothing was being shown, Russ. Sorry. Yeah.
From the beginning?
Yeah. Yeah. I think you need to go and get. You haven't got to go through that, Russ. Just go forward from there, Russ.
I.
Yes, sir.
Ethiopia Star King. I. Negusi Ngesitu Yedele. Miskele. Preamble. Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated into His Imperial Majesty. I dislike to first as Commander-in-Chief. We the black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage, do hereby establish and ordain this Constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated unto His Imperial Majesty as Commander-in-Chief, Martin Bester Zemanageti Zuhuda of the Ethiopian Mahel Safari Army, in accordance with the 1931 Constitution, Ethiopia, Chapter 2, the powers and prerogatives of the Emperor, Article 29, and Article 30, Fireball, Hot. Article 29, the Emperor reserves the right, with the advice and consent of Parliament, to declare war. He further reserves the right to decide what armed forces shall be maintained, both in times of peace and in time of war. As Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, he has the right to organize and command the said forces, to commission and to confer military rank upon the officers of the said forces, and to promote, transfer, or dismiss any of the said officers. He has further the right to declare a state of siege, martial law, or national emergency, and to take such measures as are necessary to meet a threat to the defense or integrity of the empire and to assure its defense and integrity. Thus, our preamble is written as such to reflect these words. We, the black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage, we do hereby establish and ordain this Constitution given to we by His Imperial Majesty Abakudus Kedamawe Adi Selassie I, Commander-in-Chief for the Ethiopian World Federation, and is exercising of the 1931 Constitution, Chapter 2, Powers and Prerogatives of the Emperor, Article 29, Sila, Hot, and Article 30, as Commander-in-Chief. The Emperor exercises the supreme direction of the foreign relations of the empire. The Emperor accredits and receives ambassadors, ministers, and missions. He alone has the right to settle disputes with foreign powers by adjudication and other peaceful means, and provides for and agrees to measures of cooperation with foreign powers for the realization of the ends of security and common defense. He alone has the right to ratify on behalf behalf of Ethiopia, treaties and other international agreements, and to determine which treaties and international agreements shall be subject to ratification before becoming binding upon the empire. However, all treaties of peace and all treaties of international agreements involving a modification of the territory of the empire or of sovereign jurisdiction over any part of such territory, or laying a burden on Ethiopian subjects personally, or modifying legislation in existence, or requiring expenditures of state funds, or involving loans or monopolies, shall, before becoming binding upon the empire and of the inhabitants thereof, be laid before Parliament, and if both houses of Parliament shall approve the same in accordance with the provisions of Articles 88 through 90, inclusive of the present Constitution, shall then be submitted to the Emperor for ratification. Thus, the king established us as part of his Imperial Mahel Safari army as an auxiliary force who know how to use modern weapons and help safeguard Ethiopia's divine heritage according to the 1931 Ethiopian Constitution. Fireball. Hot. News of the week for Blast from the Past. New York Times, Sunday, October 4th, 1935. Fireball. The news of the week in review: the die is cast. Ethiopia strives to repulse the invaders. Fireball. The conquering lion of the tribe of Judah and his army against the war beast, the Roman war beast, Mussolini, and his legions of Rome. The lions of Judah against the eagles of Rome. Fireball. Word from the Mashafa. Bahan. The book of light. Fire. Hot. Red. Yes, Isaiah 55, verse 4. Behold, I have given him for a witness to the people, a leader and commander to the people. Isaiah 55, 4 through 5 described in context, describes the suffering servant as a witness, leader, and commander to the people. This means that the servant represents Exhibia, leads people to follow him, and commands people to obey him. Explanation. Witness. The servant represents and speaks in Exhibia's name. He confirms the covenant that Exhibia has made with his people. Leader. The servant teaches people to profit and leads them in the right way. He leads people out of their own ways and into his ways. Sila. Commander. The servant commands people to obey him. He is wise, powerful, valiant, and courageous leader who is always victorious. The servant calls a nation that was ignorant of true religion. Nations will eagerly run to serve him because he glorified the only and true living Exhibia. For the people has tried in darkness, have seen a great light. Those that tried through the land of the valley of the shadow of death, upon them has the light shine. A people ignorant of true faith of Ethiopia. Moa Ambesta Zimunageda Yehuda Ethiopia. Kanamawe Haile Selassie Exhibia. This man is your friend, Ethiopian. He fights for freedom. Sila. Joel chapter 2, verse 1. Blow ye a trumpet in Zion, sound an alarm in my holy mountain. Let all the inhabitants of the land tremble, for the day of the Lord cometh, for it is near at hand. Fireball. Word from the Bashafa Bahan, the book of light. Fire. Zechariah chapter 9, verse 13. When I have bent Judah for me, fill the bow with Ephraim, and raise up thy sons, O Zion, against thy sons, O Greece, and made thee as the sword of a mighty man. Fireball. Mahel Sipharai. Hot. Red. Zechariah 9, 14. And the Lord shall be seen over them, and his arrow shall go forth as the lightning. And Siam Exhibia. The Lord God shall blow the trumpet, and shall go with whirlwinds of the south. Fireball. Newsweek. the Lion of Judah and his men against the war beasts of Rome and his eagles. Fireball. Hot. Zechariah chapter 9, verse 16. And the Lord, their exhibitor, shall save them in that day as the flock of his people. For they shall be as the stones of a crown, lifted up as an ensign upon his land. Selah, the Ethiopian World Federation, incorporated unto him himself as commander in chief, who empowers them. Fireball, the rider on the white horse, the spirit of truth and faithful. Hot. Selah, the battle of Machao, March 31st, 1936, Ethiopian highlands. 1 Samuel chapter 8, verse 19 through 22. His Imperial Majesty takes command of the Mahel Safari and leads them into battle. Fireball, hot upon the white horse, upon the highlands of Ethiopia. Red hot, Selah, ha 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 ha. Yes, I. Fire, Selah, hot, fire, Selah. The Old Testament book of 1 Samuel, chapter 8, verse 9, 19 through 22. In this passage, the Israelites are asking the prophet Samuel for a king. Give us a king to fight our battles, to lead us into war, and fight our battles for us. In this passage, the Israelites are asking the prophet Samuel for a king, stating they want to be like other nations and have a king who will judge us and go out before us and fight our battles. Samuel repeats this request to Adonai, the Lord, who then tells prophet Samuel to obey their voice and make them a king. Fire. The request, the people's desire for a king, was driven by multiple factors, including the failure of Samuel's sons to provide just leadership and a desire to be like other nations. They wanted a visible human leader to rule and judge and lead them in warfare rather than rely on divine intervention. Fireball, hot, push forward the request and prophecy of the Tawahido, Negus, Fireball, seed of David, empowered by the Memphis Kudus, Holy Irid, Selah. Ixabir's response. Ixabir instructed Samuel to grant their request, which ultimately led to the first king of Israel, Saul. The consequences. The passage foreshadows the negative consequences of this decision, as Ixabir warned the people through Samuel that a king would take their sons for military service, Fireball, and their daughters for bakers, Selah, Fireball, hot. Word from the Mashafa Bahan, Book of Light, Selah. The time of Jacob's trouble is a biblical prophecy from Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 7, that refers to a future period of unprecedented global distress, specifically a 7-year period of intense tribulation for the Jewish people, the tribes of Judah. This time is also known as the Great Tribulation and is characterized by widespread judgment and chaos, culminating in the salvation and restoration of Beta Israel and the eventual establishment of Ixabir's millennial kingdom. Fireball. Overstand that. Ethiopia's emperor faces the storm. Fireball. Notice in this prophecy, the time of Jacob's trouble in Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 7, refers to a future period of unprecedented global distress. It's the unprecedented time of global distress. Fireball, newspaper for 1935. Ethiopia emperor faces the storm. Fireball, Haile Selassie stands alone, endeavoring to protect his ancient nation against an encroaching world fireball. So this is something going on the world global aspect. For here we have the ancient kingdom on a threat from the encroaching world, and the holy commander, the defender, the more ambassador stands forward to protect it. Fireball newspaper at the time. Ethiopia emperor faces the storm. Kadamawi Haile Selassie stands alone, endeavoring to protect his ancient nation against an encroaching empire. Fireball by Joseph Israels 2 days ago. In the sprawling, haphazardous built palace of the Gibi at Addis Ababa lives the man who is today the storm center of the Ethiopian crisis. He is medium-sized, dark, with a black beard and a slight sensitive features that characterize his proud Amharic race. The baptismal name he bears as Emperor of Ethiopia is Kadamawi Haile Selassie, meaning in Gee's classic tongue, the power of Trinity. His titles are more imposing, though scarcely more dignified than the simple royal figure who bears them. Kadamawi Haile Selassie, born to Pharaoh Makanen, is Lord, King of Kings of Ethiopia, conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, the elect of God, the light of the world, defender of the faith. He stands alone, an almost prophetic figure against an encroaching world, perhaps the last representative of the absolute monarchs, Fireball, the first and the last. His entry, the last free territory of Africa, is threatened with attack by Italy. His fate and the fate of his people involve perhaps the peace of Europe. Haile Selassie's position has always been difficult. On the one hand, he has been faced with the necessity of maintaining his power and popularity at home and in his semi-oriental kingdom, and on the other, of dealing with a modern manner with the Western world. He has never lost touch with this one or with the other. He has always remained free of consent, bombast, or autocracy. He, of all people, realizes best the dangers that Ethiopia faces, yet he has never lost heart and remains today his country's only great bulwark against the Roman tide from the north. Fireball, overstand that. Hot, Sila, at Ottawa in the last century, believed the primitive armies invincible. Fireball, hot, Sila, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi stands alone, endeavoring to protect his ancient nation against an encroaching world. And I pause here to check Fireball. Yes, I. Can the item see the screen?
Yes, yes.
Everything
Very
good?
clear. Yeah, man, it's good. Give thanks.
Haile Selassie. He stands to protect his kingdom alone against the encroaching world. Fireball, overstand that. Stila, hot. Yes, I. Haile. Kadamawi Haile Selassie rejects idea of an Italian spear, asserts granting of police powers would lead to annexation, reaffirms nation's readiness to defend itself if invaded. Fireball. He refused and rejects the plan put together by England and Britain and Italian representatives. Fireball. Katamari Haile Selassie rejects idea of an Italian spear. Asserts granting of police powers as protectorates would lead to annexation, reaffirms nation's readiness to defend itself if invaded. Emperor Katamari Haile Selassie of Ethiopia, in response to an invitation from the New York Times to state his position as regards Italy, cable as follows: by Katamari Haile Selassie, Emperor of Ethiopia. Special cable to the New York Times. Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, July 13th. Under no circumstances will we accept a railway or other zone in or through Ethiopia administered or policed by Italy, because history teaches that the creation of such zones inevitably is followed by annexation. No such zone exists in the case of the railway from Addis Ababa to Djibouti, and our government has demonstrated its capacity and willingness to accord every protection during more than 25 years. Our repeated efforts to secure a peaceful, arbitral settlement have been constantly resisted by Italy, which originally refused arbitration and only accepted with bad grace after 3 appeals to the League of Nations, and now again manifests repugnance toward an arbitral and peaceful settlement by refusing to hear the presentation of Ethiopia's case and refusing to appoint a 5th arbitrator, declaring this unnecessary. Our attitude toward Italian territorial and political aspirations in Ethiopia remains unchanged since our illustrious predecessor, King Menelik, declared in 1894 that he would not remain an indifferent spectator if foreign powers attempted the partition of Ethiopia, which has been for more than 14 centuries an island of Christians in a sea of pagans, and that as the all-powerful had protected Ethiopia up to that time, he was confident that the same protection would be accorded in the future, and that Ethiopia would not be permitted to be divided among other powers. Imbued with the same ardent faith, we will continue our efforts to secure a peaceful settlement in conformity with the Brand-Kellogg Pact, Fireball, and our treaty of 1928 with Italy. And only if these fail, and when Italy commences a further invasion of Ethiopian territory, will we offer armed resistance in defense of our political independence and territorial integrity, leaving to Italy the odium of repudiating international obligations. We nourish no illusions of the difficulty of the task confronting us, but we are confident of divine aid and of the sympathy of the civilized world in resisting the territorial aspirations of a power which, while seeking to disguise themselves, these as a mission of civilization, rejects every means of pacific settlement elaborated by modern civilization. Fireball, hot, fire. Katamari, Haile Selassie rejects idea of Italian spear, conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. Fireball, hot, big Italian force invades Ethiopia. Ethiopia, we're armed today. Emperor tells League 50,000 foes have crossed border. Italian air base ready. Addis Ababa fears casualties among journalists in hotels. The radio is bombed. Empress to aid defense. 250,000 men are marching to the border in advance of general mobilization. Fireball. Hot. These are the headlines coming from the world at the time to describe the time of Jacob's great trouble. The time of Jacob's trouble is a biblical prophecy of Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 7, that refers to a future period of unprecedented global distress. Global distress. Specifically, a 7-year period of intense tribulation for the Judaic people. This time is also known as the Great Tribulation. It is characterized by widespread judgment and chaos, war, culminating in the salvation and restoration of and eventual establishment of Israel's millennial kingdom over that fireball, hot, red, signs of the times, hot, Sila, a book to be read about this time, 1935 to 1941, the time of Jacob's great trouble, when she shall be saved. Fireball, prophecies of prophets about the coming of Messiah to redeem his people from bondage. Fireball, overstand that. Word from the Mustafa Bahan, the book of light, fireball. Time of Jacob's great trouble, Jeremiah 30, verse 7, is an unparalleled distress described as a time of great suffering, fear, and judgment, worse than any before it, from which the Judah people will be saved. Connection to the Great Tribulation. The term is often used interchangeably with the Great Tribulation, which is detailed in the book of Revelation. Purpose. The period is intended to purge wickedness and bring the Judah people back to Israel though many will not accept Christ during this time. Overstand that, fireball. Though many will not accept the Christ during this time. Fireball. Overstand that. Figurative language. The name Jacob's trouble comes from the biblical figure Jacob, father of the nation of Israel, and the imagery of suffering reflects an intense, soul-afflicting pain, divine deliverance. Despite the immense suffering, the prophecy promises that Jacob shall be saved out of it. Satan's role during this time. Satan is believed to incite wicked forces to attempt to destroy God's kingdom and people. Fireball. Hence, we have the invasion of the attack. Scriptural references Jeremiah 30:7, at last, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it. Matthew 24, verse 21. For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, not ever shall be. Fireball. Daniel chapter 12, verse 1 mentions a time of trouble unlike any the world has seen, for which Exhibi's people will be rescued. Fire. Revelation 7:14 mentions those who have come out of great tribulation, for the people who dwell in the valley of the shadow of death. Upon them has the light shined. Aha! Overstand that. Jeremiah 30, Verse 7. At last, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it. Jeremiah 30:8. For it shall come to pass in that day, said the Lord of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off thy neck, and will burst thy bonds, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of him. Fireball, hot, free from eternal servitude, spiritually and temporally, as our first patriarch Basilios reminded and spoke of in the holy ceremony, honoring Monbessa, our king, and his friend of the Ethiopian church, from the right of the Coptic Catholic to make I Acceptless Church independent, and the Yantri overstand that. Fireball. Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 9. But they shall serve the Lord their Exhibitor, and David their king, whom I will raise up unto them. Fireball. Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 10. Therefore, fear thou not, O my servant Jacob, said the Lord, neither be dismayed, O better Israel, for lo, I will save thee from afar, and thy seed from the land of their captivity. Hot, and Jacob shall return, and shall be in rest, and be quiet, and none shall make him afraid. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Selah. Hot, fireball. Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 11. For I am with thee, said the Lord, to save thee, though I make a full end of the nations, whether I have scattered thee, yet will I not make a full end of thee. Overstand that. But I will correct thee in measure, and I will not leave thee altogether unpunished. Fireball, prodigal sons and daughters shall be punished, but they shall be corrected. They shall be chastened, highly, and return to the upful fold of righteousness. Fireball, on Bessa, hot, red, yes, I, Selah. The Berlin Conference, 1884 to 1885. The yoke of bondage that scattered over the people and the whole precious land. For this is the bondage that's been broken. You can see 1914, Africa, British, French, Spanish, Portuguese, Belgium, German, Italian. They control the continent. Only the Mount Zion and the white remain free. And on the coast of the west, these countries was working with United States and other ones as protectorates. And as the king said, protectorates lead to annexation. So they wasn't totally independent or free anymore. Only free, independent, and last free state, as the article said, that His Majesty stands alone for, is the mountain of Ethiopia in 1914. Fireball of the Berlin Conference, where European powers divided up Africa at this conference. So these are the prophecies concerning too, when he say that he will break the rod in Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 8. For it shall come to pass in that day, said the Lord of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off thy neck, and that burst thy bonds, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of him. So this is why in this section 2, the title is the Tawahido Negus, Malcolm Stepcott, the bridegroom cometh. The prophecies of prophets of the Messiah coming to save his people from bondage. The fulfillment of the biblical prophecies, for our exhibit did say, take heed to the word of the mouth of the prophets when the house of the Lord was laid. that the temple may be built. Fireball. Temple is futuristic time when the temple shall be built. Fireball. Overstand that. So this is a fulfillment of the prophecies of the prophets. So this is why we are saying in this manner and in this context, when you see the flyer for this session of the state of Neguselam, to break the bondage and the yoke of the nations, fireball of the order of the Tawahedo Orthodox Church, the minor feast, Sipka, feast to commemorate preaching of the prophets that Messiah will come to redeem his people from bondage. Fireball, overstand that. The fulfillment of the prophecies of bondage. We are talking here physical bondage and spiritual bondage. Fireball, hot. Not just spiritual bondage, physical bondage. Fireball, hot as well. Overstand this. Psalm 12:6. The words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried in the furnace of the earth, purified 7 times. So the earth is the furnace by which you throw the word of the Lord into to see the workings of it through the purification of it. And when you throw it into the furnace of the earth, it shall not burn up. It shall stand still and still stay for eternity. For the earth shall manifest, and the flames shall fire up of the revealing and manifestation of that word. Fireball. Overstand this. Hot. Selah. The earth is the furnace of the word for the realization, the manifestation of the revelation. Overstand this again. Psalm 12:6. The words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried in the furnace of earth, purified 7 times. Ethiopia, the minor feast, consists of the second coming of Christ, or the second coming of the Davidic Savior, or the second coming of the anointed elect one, which is futuristic in our waiting to happen. So most of I main order is of the first advent. For we await the second advent to happen through time. We have been awaiting. So more emphasis on that which they perceive as what has happened. But yet the word is a living word to be fulfilled and manifesting daily before I. And it shall manifest in the earth, for it shall prove strong. For the heavens and earth shall pass away, but my word shall never pass away, said the Lord. So in the minor feast, Sepka, and the time of the year and the time of the season, it really come forward from Maskell, September 27th, which usher in the fast that comes up to Maskell. See, the fast that leads up to Maskell is the fast that comes and leads up to Maskell. Right? That really leads up, the ending of the fast will be coming forward to November 5th, right? Which usher in the season of Sipkat, right? Which most of the Ethiopian church will start on Hadar 18th, where will come to be around, and this time where it moves from the lunar until it be around maybe between November 20th to November 24th to go forward and usher in the fast for the Gina celebration. But this is the holy manifestation in this time. So we see using the earth as the furnace now, what has blazed up in the furnace and in the time. And in the time of the furnace blazing up, we see the coronation of our king, November the 2nd, fireball, in the season, in the same season time. Yes, in the same seasonal time. And we see for the closest time of the assignment. So it has to be times of the time. So we check and see the time upon our calendar. Sepka, a feast to commemorate the preaching of the prophets that Messiah will come to redeem his people from bondage. Fireball, overstand that. So Psalms 1 Psalms 12, verse 6. The words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried in the furnace of earth, purified 7 times, fireball, and it will not burn hot. Psalms 12, 7. Thou shalt keep them, O Lord. Thou shalt preserve them from this generation forever. Selah, overstand that. Fireball. Sipkah, the feast to commemorate the preaching of the prophet that Messiah will come to redeem his people from bondage. Overstand that. Fireball. The Lord is my shepherd. It's a famous Bible verse from Psalm 23. I stop here. Selah. I pray the item. Can the eye hear? And can the eye see the screen still? Eye.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Fireball. Psalm 23 is a prophetical psalm that stands as a rule, as a yardstick for the righteous in this time. And it exemplifies them as the sheep of the Most High returning to the fold, especially prodigal sons and daughters, and those who endure through the faith. Selah. The Lord is my shepherd. It's a famous Bible verse from Psalm 23, verse 1. That means the speaker has complete trust in Ixabir's guidance, provision, and protection. The metaphor of Ixabir as a shepherd signifies that he is the one who leads, cares for, guards, and supplies the needs of those who follow him, ensuring they shall not want for anything they truly need. Hot guidance and protection, just as a shepherd guides sheep to safe pastures and protects them from danger. The verse implies that Ixabir will lead the speaker and keep them safe from harm, provisions, and care. A shepherd's job is to provide for the flock, and this verse signifies that Ixabir will meet all of the speaker's needs, both physical and spiritual. Trust and contentment. The phrase, I shall not want, signifies a state of contentment and trust, meaning the speaker does not have to worry because Ixabir's care is sufficient for all things. Companionship. The shepherd is always with the flock. And in this metaphor, Ixabir is presented as a close companion who is intimately familiar with his people's needs. Fireball, overstand that. Selah, hot. This phrase from Psalm 23 means that Ixabir, as a shepherd, guides believers through right living, to uphold his own honor and reputation. Fireball, overstand not, from the Mahel Safari prayer book given to us by our Majesty, the people's faith and the prayer of freedom. Tawahido commandment of faith 8. We believe there is a divine soul that runs through our blood that will not betray us to slavery. Fireball. So we all have a helper if we rely on him and let that helper lead us, who is the Memphis Caduce, who is the Holy Spirit of the elect one that resides in we. So we shall overcome if we adhere to the guidance of the Holy Irit in I and not give way to the fleshly lust and urges. Fireball. I read this again. Psalm 23. 3 means that Ixabir, as a shepherd, guides believers through right living, to uphold his own honor and reputation. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness, signifies Ixabir's guidance in moral and ethical living. While for his namesake means he does this because his character as a good and faithful shepherd reflects on his name and glory. Overstand that. Hot. He leadeth I and the path of righteousness. This refers to Xavier's guiding people toward a life of honesty, justice, and moral uprightness. The paths represent one's course of conduct or life's journey. Hot. For his name's sake. This is the ultimate reason. In biblical times, a person's name was inseparable from their reputation and honor. Therefore, Xavier leading is an action that honors his own character as a righteous and loving Xavier, showing the world what he is like. Fireball, overstand this. Zila, hot. Yes, the father, the commander of the African Liberation Movement. Hot. Fireball. We have to overstand this. What do we see? The king with the African freedom fighters from the far right. Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela is there. Fireball. And to the left, Patrice Lumumba is there. Fireball. Hot. As well as others. They are there. Who are they standing? The king with the military exercises upon the map, instructing Fireball. And what do we have in his hand? It's a baton. It's a rod. Fireball. And upon his crown of Field Marshal General on the white horse is St. Georgius, which is Memphis Kudus, which is as Michael, the leader of the Lord's host, which is Metatron, he who stands face unto the throne, that we can't look upon the throne, but we look upon him, for his name and his face shall be in our forehead. Metatron El Elyon, the conquering lion, the dragon slayer, with the rod, Fireball, overstand, the rod, Stealer, hot. They comfort me, that rod, they comfort me. Psalm 23, verse 4 is a metaphor for Ixabir's care. The phrase, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Psalms 23:4 is a metaphor for Ixabir's complete care, guidance, and protection over his people, offering a sense of security even in the darkest and most challenging of times. Fireball, the rod. The rod was a short, sturdy, club-like weapon used by a shepherd primarily for protection against predators like lions or bears. It symbolizes Fireball. Let's understand what we see in this picture. The rod and the sheep of the father. He the only one holding the rod in his hand. Fireball. He's the protector. Fireball. For in that time, he who is feeble among you, the smallest one, the one that looks more fragile, shall be as David. And the house of David shall be as God. Fireball. Siam Ixibia. Fireball. Overstand this. Yes, he hold the rod. Fireball. Hot. Let's die. Rod. A short, sturdy, club-like weapon used by a shepherd primarily for protection against predators like lions and bears. It symbolizes defense. It exhibits power to ward off spiritual and physical dangers and threats from enemies. Fireball. Hot. Fireball. Hot. What he hold in his hand is to ward off spiritual and physical dangers and threats from the enemy. Authority and discipline. The rod was also a symbol of authority and could be used for correcting or prodding wayward sheep back to the path. Exhibious discipline is seen as a form of loving correction, guiding believers away from destructive behaviors for their ultimate well-being. Counting, belonging. In some contexts, the rod was used to count the sheep, ensuring each one was accounted for and acknowledged as part of the flock. Fireball, overstand, the shepherd of the flock, standing with this rod, the leader of the African liberation movement. Fireball, overstand this. Hot, more ambassador. The man get his hold up. There upon the throne of David. Fireball, overstand that. It is he who sit between the cherubims. Hot, red, for the cherubims have left from off the sign symbol standing outside of the throne of Ethiopia to now they are placed upon the throne. Michael and Gabriel holding the crown. For he who sits within the throne, between the two cherubims, as was given upon the holy tablet. An description of the tablet with the two cherubims, and there they rest within. Fireball, the true and living ark, he that sits in there, greater David's greater son. Fireball, hot, his days on earth shall run. Hallelujah, kingdom has begun. Millennial, overstand this. Fireball, and the staff in his hand. Fireball, the staff was a long stick, often with a hook or crook at the end, used for guidance and gentle control of the sheep. It symbolizes guidance and direction. The shepherd used the crook to gently guide sheep along safe paths, away from danger, or to nudge them in the right direction. This parallels Xavier's use of his word and the Holy Spirit to direct the lives of believers. Fireball, how you gonna know him if you do not know of him? For his glory is in the Bible. Fireball. Overstand this. Hot. He teaches us through his word. He communicates to us through his word. Fireball. Gently. Guidance and direction. The shepherd used the crook to gently guide sheep along safe paths away from danger, or to nudge them in the right direction. This parallels Xavier's use of his word and the Holy Spirit to direct the lives of believers. Rescue and support. The hooked end was essential for reaching out and lifting a sheep that has fallen into a crevice or become entangled in thorns. Thus represents Xavier's intervention to rescue his people when they stumble or are in peril, providing support to lean on during life's difficult journey. Hence, the Psalm 123, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort thy. For I and I, the prodigal sons and daughters, have fallen to the crevice of the shadow of death in the land of Babylon. We have fallen into the crevice in the land of Babylon, in the crevice of the valley of the shadow of death. Therefore, he has to stick forth his rod into the crevice to rescue I and I from out of the bondage, spiritually and physically. The hook in was essential for reaching out and lifting a sheep that had fallen into a crevice or become entangled in thorns. This represents Ixubir's intervention to rescue his people when they stumble or are imperiled, providing support to lean on during life's difficult journey. Comfort, the comforter. Comfort derived from these Ixubir, knowing that Ixubir is always present, equipped to both defend and guide, dispels fear, and provides peace and assurance. In times of trial or uncertainty, the valley of the shadow of death, the tools are not of arbitrary punishment, but are expressions of Ixubir's steadfast love and commitment to his flock's safety and well-being. Fireball, overstand this. Hot, the end of the staff is supported by two angels holding the crown. Fireball, over the Holy Land. The crown of the king has been supported. Fireball, by two angels holding the crown. Hot. On this, the same angels that are there on the crown, on the throne, holding the crown, sit between the precious chasuble is shallow, Selah. For the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor lawgiver from between his feet, until Selah come, shallow, and the gathering of the people shall be unto him. So in accordance with I Ethiopian constitution, the person of the emperor is sacred. The emperor represents the unity of the nation and the history of the nation. For the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and the gathering of the people shall be unto him. The history and the unity. The history is the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver between his feet, until Shiloh come. The unity is, and the people shall be gathered unto him. Fireball. So the emperor represents the unity and the history of the nation, and the person of the emperor is sacred according to our constitution. Fireball. This is not more a belief. This is our reality. This is our law. For the kingdom of the Lord has been established on earth under the sun, moon, and stars. Fireball. Overstand not. Selah. Fire. Hot. To him that overcometh. Fireball. Will I make a pillar in the temple of my Ixubir, and he shall go out no more. And I will write upon him the name of my Ixubir, the name of the city of my Ixubir, which is the New Jerusalem, which cometh down out of heaven from my Ixubir, and I will write upon him my new name. Fireball. Neguselam. Hot. The innermost city, the inner peace, no one can disturb, for it is founded upon the word of faith. Fireball. Overstand this. Selah. November the 2nd, 1930. On this day, Rastafari McConnell received a new name, Haile Selassie. Kadamawi Haile Selassie, meaning power of the Trinity. Hot, red, sharing Christ's story. The new name is Christ's own new name, which is yet to be fully revealed Revelation 19, verse 12. To bear this name is to share in his unveiled glory. Fireball. He that passeth behind the veil. Fireball. The veiled king. Highly I will remove and reveals his face even unto the neck. Fireball. Overstand this. To bear this name is to share his unveiled glory and exalted status as he returns as King of Kings. Permanence and security. The promise is made to him who overcomes, and they are made a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall go out no more. This assures the believer of eternal security and a permanent, unshakable place, and exhibits heavily dwelling, contrasting with the instability of the earthly world. Fireball. Overstand this word from the Mashafa Bahan, the book of light. Hot. The phrase black slaves waiting on Christ's freedom from colonialism describes the theological interpretation developed by enslaved Africans and their descendants who adapted the Hebraic Christianity imposed by their enslavers to become a source of hope for both spiritual salvation and physical liberation from the brutal realities of chattel slavery and the broader system of colonialism. Fireball. I take a pause here. I pray that I can the item hear I can the item
Yes, I.
see the
Yes.
screen.
Everything is clear, King.
Yes, I. Fireball. But we have to note in this time the liberation theology. Malcolm Sepkat, the prophecies of the prophets that the Messiah coming to redeem his people from bondage. Overstand this. The phrase black slaves waiting on Christ's freedom from colonialism describes the theological interpretation developed by enslaved Africans and their descendants, adapted the Christianity imposed by their enslavers to become a source of hope for both spiritual salvation and physical liberation from the brutal realities of chattel slavery and the broader system of colonialism. Here is a breakdown of the meaning. Black slaves refers to people of African descent who were forcibly enslaved within colonial systems, primarily in the Americas and the Caribbean, and also throughout Africa. Their experience involved extreme physical, psychological, and social oppression. Hot. Waiting on Christ's freedom. This reflects how enslaved people interpreted biblical narratives, especially the story of the Exodus, where Exhibir delivers Beta Israel from Egyptian bondage as a promise that Exhibir would eventually deliver them too. For many white enslavers, the missionaries, Christian freedom was presented as a purely spiritual state. Overstand this, fireball. For many white enslavers and missionaries, Christian freedom was presented as a purely spiritual state. An afterlife reward, which did not alter the physical condition of slavery. Fireball. Overstand this. Theological liberation. This is liberation theology, which is reality from bondage, supported by Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 7 and verse 8. So at this time, I shall break the yoke upon thy neck and bust his bonds off of thy shoulder, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of thee. Fireball. So our bondage and redemption is spiritual and also physical, not just spiritual. So, but then someone's who see just in the first dispensation time, and I'm dealing with the stepcat. They're talking about the first dispensation when the angel Gabriel come and proclaim to Mary the coming of the prophetic Christ child. So they hold it on that aspect and that aspect only. This are knowing the reality of the second, which is we are now reapers of the harvest of an independent, acceptalist Ethiopian Tawahedo church, free from Rome and Egypt. This is where we stand today in the reality. So in hindsight, I can see the liberation and the truth of the matter and the fulfillment of the manifestation of the word. Fireball. It's not just purely spiritual and not physical. Talking about a pie in the sky, heaven in the sky only. Understand this. The difference in Ethiopian black liberation theology and the Pauline Christianity, Roman Catholic, Coptic Christianity is to hold one's there in that thought of a life after death only to enjoy in liberty and freedom. For I read this again, for many white enslavers and missionaries, Christian freedom was presented as a purely spiritual state, an afterlife reward, which did not alter the physical conditions of slavery. Fireball. Hot. Fireball. Hot. Sila. In contrast, black Christians saw Christ as a liberator who offered both a better afterlife and immediate real world freedom from their suffering and oppression. This belief provided immense psychological strength and was a driving force behind their resilience and eventually abolitionist movements and liberation. From colonialism, this places the experience of slavery within the larger context of European colonial expansion and exploitation of resources and people in Africa and the Americas. The desire for Christ's freedom was a longing for release from the entire oppressive structure built by colonial powers, which included the institution of slavery, racism, and social injustices. Fireball, understand this. Sila, for when they come with the Proclamation of Emancipation and Proclamation in 1864, 1865, 15 years, 20 years later, we have the Berlin Conference in 1884 to herald the scramble for Africa when they're going in now to get the resources and the checkmate. Our strength, fireball. So it's all together in a whole. Sila, full emancipation, full liberation, full restoration and restoration through the prophetic line of Judah, who hold the rod, our shepherd. Fireball. Understand this. In essence, the phrase encapsulates a unique form of resistance theology where Christian, Hebraic Christian faith initially used as a tool of control was reimagined by the enslaved to nurture their growing demands for equality and to sustain their hope for eventual total liberation, both in this world and the next world. Fireball. Hot. Abakudus Kenamawe Haile Selassie Shyam Exhibir, the father of African freedom and African unity. So here, Malcolm Sapkat, the prophecies of the prophets of the coming of the Messiah to redeem his people from bondage, spiritual bondage and physical bondage. Fireball, overstand this. Sila, hot. Yes, I pause here to open the floor for any comments and for ones to take part. Sila, the floor is open.
Yes, I give thanks. Does anybody else want to say anything before us? Because I want to just talk about the coronation, the development from the coronation to the new priesthood, in this time. So if anybody would like to say anything before, they can. Yes, well, give thanks. Neguselam, Abakadus Kudamari Haile Selassie. But
I pray
Ellen.
that I pray that I just
Yes,
1
sir.
second, King. Fire. Yes, I. Well, I might want to go forward and then I will introduce the I forward. I just want to pull up there for anyone that just have a question
Oh,
for the
okay.
material thus followed. I.
Yes,
Stila.
sir.
Give thanks. For his garments was dipped in blood. Fireball. For he tried the winepress of the fullness of the wrath of the Almighty. Stila. So the holy bridegroom cometh. So we, following the prophecies of the prophets of the coming of the Messiah to redeem his people from spiritual bondage and physical bondage through the elected son of David. Fireball. Sanction and Psalm 132. Stila. Fireball. The bright and morning star, Ethiopia, shining near and far. Stila. Isaiah 9, chapter 6. For unto us a son is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, and the Prince of Peace. Fireball, hot, the Ethiopian World Federation, incorporated into His Imperial Majesty as Commander in Chief unto I, given to I as the sword of His Majesty. In 2nd Esdras 12, the lion you see represents the Messiah, a descendant of David, who will appear at the end of time to rebuke the wicked and deliver a judgment upon them. This vision, part of a larger apocalyptic prophecy about the Roman Empire, the eagle shows the Messiah confronting the empire for its evil deeds, ultimately leading to its destruction and the restoration of Exhibi's people. The vision of the lion and the eagle. The eagle in the vision symbolizes the Roman Empire, which has been a harsh and oppressive force in the ancient world. The lion, the Elion, the lion emerges from the forest, roars, and speaks to the eagle, rebuking it for its unrighteousness and its evil actions. The Messiah, the lion, represents the coming Messiah, a figure from the lineage of David who will judge the nations and execute exhibits justice. The lion's role, confrontation. The lion's primary role is to confront and condemn the wicked rulers represented by the eagle. Fireball, overstand that. The Messiah. The lion represents the coming Messiah, a figure from the lineage of David, who will judge the nations and executes exhibits justice. The lion's role, confrontation. The lion's primary role is to confront and condemn the wicked rulers represented by the eagle. Judgment. The lion will bring about the final judgment, which will lead to the destruction of the evil empire. It is us today. It shall be you tomorrow. Though you have struck a match in Ethiopia, it is Europe that shall burn. If my tardy friends of the other nations do not come to Ethiopia's help, then the West shall perish. Fireball, hot, true sound judgment. The lion will bring about the final judgment, which will lead to the destruction of the evil empire. Hot, restoration. After the judgment, the Messiah will bring about the restoration and salvation of the righteous. The interpretation of the vision, apocalyptic prophecy. The vision in 2nd Esdras chapter 12 is part of an apocalyptic prophecy intended to reveal the ultimate outcome of history and the fate of empires. Figurative language. It is important to remember that the images and symbols in 2nd Esdras, like other apocalyptic literature, are meant to be interpreted figuratively rather than literally, and literally is betrothed the words of the Most High into the furnace of the earth, and see what shall stand and what shall burn and represent to man. Fireball. Here on June 30th, 1936, in Geneva, Switzerland, at the League of Nations, we have the more ambassador Zemanagadi Jehuda, elect of Judah of Ethiopia, at the League of Nations, and spiting them with the word of his mouth. Fireball. He became an icon for anti-fascists around the world. Fireball. Hot. Stila. Overstand this. The lion you see coming out of the forest. You saw the angry lion come roaring out of the forest, and you heard it speak to the eagle and rebuke it for the evil that it had done and for all that it has said. The lion represents the Messiah, whom Ixubir Most High has held back until the end. He will be a descendant of David and will come and speak to the rulers. He will rebuke them for their evil, for their wickedness, their sinfulness, and their contempt for Ixubir's ways. While they are still living, he will bring them to judgment, condemn them for their sin, and destroy them. He will have mercy on the rest of my people, those who are left in my land. He will set them free and make them happy until the end comes, the judgment day about which I told you from the beginning. The judgment of every individual has their own individual judgment day in accordance to their own works that they do and uphold for its majesty. Exhibir Sila. That is the dream you had, and that is its interpretation. But you are the only one that Exhibir Most High has considered worthy to reveal this secret to. So write in a book everything you saw and put in a safe hiding place. Then teach these secrets to those who are wise among your people, those who will be able to stand, understand them, and keep them secret. Fireball. So here we have the Malcolm Sepkat, the prophecies of the prophets concerning the coming of the Messiah to redeem his people from bondage, who ushers in the time of the Holy Son, who shall come out of Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty Exhibir, the Everlasting Father, and the Prince of Peace. The holy bridegroom cometh, fireball, hot. Yes, I. Now I give the floor to my elder priest brethren, Rasifa Selassie, to bring forward the coronation. Aye. Give thanks, I. Rasifa.
Yes, beloved, give thanks. Neguselam. Lord, Kadosh Kodamawi Haile Selassie Burhani Halem. Yes, well, the idea of the second coming, what I just said in the last words, how when His Majesty would come, he would still be rejected, but he's commander in chief because the people can't see him. Even ones of I and I who are claiming him want to reduce him out of the Bible. and
I pray the
reducing.
eye. I pray the
Yes,
eye.
sir.
Do the eye want to do screen sharing?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes, I. Let me stop the screen here, and the eye has to Let me see, and the eye has the screen. Let me stop the screen sharing here. Oh yeah, all right. The screen sharing's for the eye. See like.
Okay. Give thanks, King. What shall I bring up? Okay. Let me see. Share. Okay. Share. Yes, sir. Can you see that, Russ? You can see my screen? Can you guys see the screen?
It's loading. It's loading. It's loading.
It's loading.
Okay.
See it now.
You can see it?
Yes, page.
Yes, sir. Give thanks. Okay. Let me just see. I've got the right. Let me see. What's this one here? Yes. So the people them can't see they cannot see the fullness of the description of His Majesty's work. But and the church looking for Jesus Christ and seeing him just in the spiritual element that he is somehow ruling the earth is a mystery. But this here now is coming from the what I'm going on the screen is coming from the coronation liturgy. And because what I want to discuss is when His Majesty has come out of the when he has come out of the coronation temple, and this in the let me just see if I can this in the ceremony, which was fashioned in the church and by the church. Well, I think His Majesty really guided this whole liturgy ceremony. I'm sure that he must have interacted with the priest then to enable that all of the messianic instruments were being played out in psalmonic theatre. And I want to just come to this part here where after his Majesty is coronated, the bishops and the priests bringing outside the tablet shall make a circular procession around the church, being accomplished by princes and governors, while all the people will hold their hands palm branches, and the singers chant, "Blessed art thou, King of Israel." Well, this idea in the church, the practice in the Ethiopian church of taking the tablet outside of the church is only done on specific occasions like Timkat and the finding of the true cross, specific times, and then each feast day, each saint, what the tablet is dedicated to, on their saint's day, one particular day of the year, they come out of the church and they walk around the church. They circle the church. So that circling of the church is coming from which comes from the Feast of Tabernacles, which is actually emanating from initially where Joshua walked around 7 times around the church of not the church of the I can't think of the name of the place.
Jericho.
Jericho. He went around Jericho, so they circled the church. So this is the idea of this was bringing the priesthood. This was bringing the priesthood to the story of David. So when His Majesty has come out of the church and they've said, "Blessed art thou, art the King of Israel," they also said, "May he live 1,000 years." And this is written in the liturgy. Let me just see which one that is. Oh yeah. So it says, "Look, and the king and the queen shall pass by while of the neck unto the people gathered to observe at the roadside." Oh, I've got a thing come off. At the roadside, the people will applaud while shouting, "May he cause you to reign 1,000 years." So who could possibly reign 1,000 years? Only Exarbier, because a man cannot reign 1,000 years. So when they're putting these words out, that can a man, that may he cause you to reign 1,000 years, he cannot just be anybody. He just cannot be just another king. Like, this is the fulfillment of the prophecy, because in the Ethiopian church, what they're telling you is His Majesty is just a king like any other. And all of the kings of Ethiopia were the line of Judah. But this is a special line of Judah, because this line of Judah was born in the Ethiopian calendar in the 11th month of 1884. 1884 is in complete opposition. This is the child born to oppose the wicked system, who founded in their calendar in 1884 the Berlin Treaty, which where they were taking over the land, hoping to take over the whole of the land of Africa. So we had this little one enclave which saved Africa from total destruction. He was our last hope, as he said in the 1935 newspaper to the people in America, that he is their last hope. And this last hope was born, and this last hope here was to live 1,000 years. So why I don't understand is why the Ethiopian church can't honor His Majesty in His proper and bright light. And they're looking for this Jesus Christ. Because all of the prophecy, Jesus Christ was never a leader of an army. He never had a government on his shoulders. He was never crowned. He never had a throne. So I don't understand personally. I don't understand the I don't understand the
Nile.
Yeah, how the people are failing to grasp this thing, because the church, when it became autocephalous by His Majesty, was bringing it out from under the judgment of Rome, and now they've put it back under there. But what I wanted to bring forth as well out of this is that the idea of Makonnen, His Majesty, the name Makonnen, because here, this is in the liturgy. Yes, this is in the liturgy now, what it actually says in the Ge'ez language, right? And it says, let's go back up here. If we take the first of the readings of Romans 13:1-8 as sufficient for an example, Western Bibles here speak in the terms of obeying the authorities, while the corresponding expression as found in Ge'ez rather means obeying the judge. Now, this brings us now to what you were saying about Samuel 1, verse 8, Russ, where it says that the Israel asked for a king to judge them. Also, as to fight for them in the army. In that verse, it also says that he would judge them. They wanted him to be a judge for them. So while the corresponding expression as found in Ge'ez rather means obeying the judge, or literally the Mekonnen. So the Mekonnen, the judge. And His Majesty was the son of Mekonnen. That's what that actually means, because it was Ras Mekonnen, who is the pearl, who is the seed. His Majesty is the son of the seed, because it is Ras Mekonnen who actually bore this name. And he who holds the government exercises the rule. The Mekonnen is he who holds the government exercises the rule. It is true that historically and politically, this definition has been applied to the social function of the Mekwannenat, the governors or officials of traditional Ethiopian polity, as confirmed by the subsequent use of this plural form at verse 3 in the same New Testament reading. However, it is an impressive fact and not to be underestimated that in Ge'ez, the name Mekonnen and the related verb kwenene indeed do function as key words within the realm of the messianic and millennial promise. According to sacred theology expressed in Ethiopic, these terms are applied literally to the Messiah and his rule in the messianic kingdom as well. According to the Ethiopian Book of Mystery from Kedus Georgis of Segla, the title Mekonnen is indeed to be considered a name of the Almighty One, while the word Mekonnen denotes him who sustains the world. The word Kwenene denotes the rule of his reign in the world. Kwenene. In the book of Jubilees, Kafali 31:18-20, then the famous prophecy regarding Judah as given by the patriarch Jacob in 49:10 is paralleled by the use of that very same definition, which is the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the law between his feet before Shiloh come. So this is total fulfillment of biblical prophecy. So how this is not overstood to these scholars who are saying that they are scholars of Ge'ez. I mean, if you're a scholar and you can read Ge'ez, how do you not be able to interpret this? I can't understand why you're still looking for Jesus Christ. Because here is the fulfillment in the Ethiopian kings, and it's not just His Majesty, it's the Ethiopian family around him, because this is millennial promise, that messianic and millennial promise. Well, what is the millennial promise? It is to come, the millennial is of 1,000. Well, His Majesty's mother, Waziro Yeshimabet is 1,000. Yeshimabet means the lady of 1,000 ladies. So this person who is born of a lady of 1,000 ladies, who the people that want to praise for 1,000 years, how can we be waiting for somebody else? It's not possible. So this, it's not alternative, because the people them have this knowledge. The priests have this knowledge. It's not an alternative. It's not an alternative teaching. It's the same teaching, but it's the proper teaching. It's the teaching which is, I don't know if it's because I have access to more information than these people who are imbued in dogma of the church. I'm actually stunned to not when I see the enormity and the function of this psalmonic theatre. That's what the Psalms are. That that it's theatre as well as poetry. It's theatre. So the idea now of this coming into the period of the subcut, as Ras Amdi was teaching in this section here of the subcut, and the beginning of the subcut is the 24th of the 23rd, 24th of November, which is Hidar, was it Hidar 1415. Those are the dates in the Ethiopian calendar. So when you look at now, so this if we come back to that now, to the idea of the calendar and the subcut, this will show, in my opinion, because I'm a person who studies the calendar, that the idea of what they call Hebrew and these Hebrew traditions, which the Ethiopians inherited, I think that's a falsehood, because when you look at the calendar and the time of Tibkat, which is the 24th of November, 12, 13, I think, 9 days from there. So yeah, 23rd, 24th. So yeah, no, so it's about the 15th, 16th of Hidar. Those months there are the foundational months. They're not the lesser months. That the Ethiopian church with this Roman doctrine is they've turned the definition of the primacy, because what they call lesser is the greater, because lesser comes out of something greater. Something greater is not coming out of something lesser. So something, the origin is the greater, and also in that period of Timkat, which is the 20 of Tibket, sorry, Subket, which is the 24th, the 23rd, and the 22nd are also, the 22nd is the day of millions of angels day. That is when the day of when they celebrate the millions of angels, because when they talk about the angels, they say like there's Gabriel and Michael and Raphael. Well, they say in the Ethiopian church that each one of those angels represents a legion of 5,600 angels. That's in the Getter's Book of Angels. So this is where they get their army from. But this army is coming in the month of November. So what is happening also in the month of November? Well, also in the month of November is the Tishrei in the Hebrew calendar. And the Tishrei is when the first day when the Temple of Solomon was complete. When that was completed, it's in what they call the date 1 Tishrei. But if you come into Ethiopia, into the idea of the Jewish calendar, they're saying that 1 Tishrei it responds to the month of October and also September. It could be September, it could be October. It all depends, because the Hebrew calendar is not fixed. The Hebrew calendar it's transient. their first day of the month is never their first day of the year. Like here, look, they say on the 23rd day of the seventh month in the Hebrew calendar, also known as Tishrei, responds to October the 16th, or it could be, it could be in the previous month, like that, because they've got about a 6 week, sway in their calendar. So, and I'm not going to go too deep into this, but why I want to bring this up is because what it brings up then is the Sukkot, or the Feast of the Tabernacles, which His Majesty has fulfilled, because it is in the coronation of the month Hidar, of Tikkumat. It's Tikkumat and Hidar. These are the months of the coronation. Between the Tikkumat, which is the Tikkumat 23, and after the 23, Tikkumat 23 is the 2nd of November. So then the end of the month comes at about the 10th, 11th of November, and then the month Hidar begins in the Ethiopian calendar. So the month of November, and you spoke about this date, Rasamdi, when you was giving your presentation, you spoke about the Subkot becoming from November the 5th. Well, here, when we check the calendar, this is when the 14 days for the beginning, for the completion of the Solomon's temple began. It began to be counted on the 5th. But like I said, in this, what they're telling us all along is that these Hebrew the Hebrew calendar is in September and October. This Tishrei, it moves its place. The month of Tishrei moves its beginning either in September, the end of September, and it comes up into the month of October. But it's never static, because they are using a calendar which is transient. It's not fixed. They're only using one part of the what it is lunar. It's the lunar cycle, the lunar reckoning, where the Ethiopian calendar uses solar and lunar reckoning. That's why their calendar is fixed, and each month and each year is always the same in the Ethiopian calendar, and the feast days are always the same day. Like the 22nd of the month will always be the feast day. The 7th day of the month will always be another, like Mikhail, I think, is always like the 22nd of the Ethiopian month. That they always second day of the Ethiopian month. So this is what is the essence. The calendar is the essence of being able to actually know who His Majesty is, and how Jesus Christ, and all the story of all that, how it works in there. But the essence of His Majesty, because if you now take the 49 days, the Feast of the Tabernacles is the coming from the Book of Jubilees, and the measure of the 7 days, 7 times 7, which is 49 days. Well, if you go from His Majesty's coronation, 49 days takes you to the 14th and 15th of September. If you go from His Majesty's birthday, 23rd of July, and add the 49 days, it takes you to the 10th of September, which there brings you straight to the new year, which is the 11th of September. One Meskalem is the 11th of September. So His Majesty is the catalyst for all of this. His Majesty's birth takes you the 49 days, when the measure of the tabernacle, the 49 days takes you to the September the 10th from His Majesty's Erkstrom, Then, so we have the month of the Mescaline. The month of the Mescaline is what? Mescal is the month of the cross. So this is where we define the true cross. So His Majesty is the catalyst for all of these astronomical, because the calendar is an astronomical record. You know, it is a keeper of time. Being able to the calendar is a definition of time emanated from the astronomical cycles of the earth. So when you want to interpret the astronomical cycles of the earth, they are interpreted in calendrical terms. But there is a celestial calendar and there is a world calendar, a terrestrial calendar. And in one of the Psalms that I want to bring up now is because it takes us just into the, and I'm going to close it with this. I want to bring up Psalm 51, because in Psalm 51 is the, where's my Bible? Psalm 51 is the, put my Bible. Sorry, Psalm 51 is the psalm which is the priesthood psalm. I don't know where I put my Bible. The Psalm 51 is the priest psalm, and here it is, yeah. And in that psalm, this is one. You know, if you're going to be an Ethiopian priest, you have to know this psalm. You have to be able to quote this psalm. You know, this is the foundational psalm to be an Ethiopian priest. And I want to show that His Majesty has given us another one, and the one is Psalm 51. I'm not going to read it all because it's quite a long psalm, but it says, like, purge I with hyssop and I shall be clean. Wash I and I shall be brighter than snow. Make me to hear the joy of gladness, that the bonds which thou hast broken may rejoice. Hide thy face from thy sins and blot out all thy iniquities. Create in I a clean heart, Exeabe, and renew a right spirit within I. Cast I not away from thy presence, and take not thy holy spirit from I. Restore unto I and I the joy of thy salvation, and behold I with thy free spirit. I'm going to end it here. Then will I teach transgressors thy ways, and transgressors shall be converted unto thee. Deliver I from blood guiltiness. Now, so this is now bringing in. This isn't Christ. Because this is in the Psalms. So Jesus Christ didn't come until the New Testament. So these Psalms aren't written for Him. These are the Psalms of David. And it says, restore unto I the joy of thy salvation, and uphold thy with thy free spirit. Then will I teach transgressors thy ways, and sinners shall be converted unto thee. This is now, deliver I from blood guiltiness. Ixiabie hoy. Thou Amlak of I and thy salvation, and my tongue shall sing aloud of thy righteousness. And then it says here, O Lord. Now this O Lord, when you're seeing in the Bible, when you're reading, you've got the capital Lord, Lord, all written in capitals. That is Exeabiat. And it is also Geta. The word Geta is also Lord, right? In the Ge'ez. But here it says, O Lord, and the Lord is capital L and then small letters. So that Lord is the Lord on the earth. This is the actual, that is called the, and it's not called Geta, it's not called Exeabir, it's called Abetu, Ab, E2, ETU. So it says so it says Abetu Hoy, because it's O Lord, and the word O, O Lord, is Hoy. The word Hoy, Ho and Hoy is O in this when we're reading the Psalms. So what you're actually calling is Hoy, as in Jan Hoy. So this one is Abetu Hoy. Oh, so that is, now we're talking about the Lord on the earth. Open thou thy lips, and thy mouth shall show forth thy praise. For thou desirest not sacrifice, else I would give it. Thou desirest not in burnt offering. I'm going to leave it there. But you see, the idea of Christ, this peaceful Christ, where He's brought the sacrifice, where He stopped the people sacrificing animals. That's what this is. This is it telling you here. Their desire is not sacrifice, else I would give it. Their desire is not burnt offering. And deliver I from blood guiltiness, and open thou my lips, and my mouth shall show forth thy praise. So this is this is not about Jesus Christ or Jesus Christos. It's not, because this is talking about David, and David is David is an archetype. I'm telling you, David is an archetype. I don't actually think he lived around 1000. I don't actually think he lived around 1000 BC. Because what we've got, but what we do have around 1000 BC, if I show you the Ethiopian king list, Ethiopian king list, if I show the item that,
I think also you made a very powerful point. Could you repeat the Albeta Janoe?
oh yeah, Abitu, the word Abitu, Hoi,
Okay.
right? Abitu Hoi is the Lord of the earth.
Okay, so the Janoe or the Janoe is where
Well,
they
the Jan Hoi is where the O comes in. You see Ho, you know the word Ho. When you say Oh Lord,
yes,
or you know
that's
the Oh Lord of Lords,
right. That's
the word.
actually where they got the John from.
Oh yeah, that's where it
They
comes
thought
from.
they was
Yeah.
saying Alba, or they thought they were saying Father Abba Janoi, and so they started saying John. Yes, sir.
Yes. But what the Janhoi is, I mean, the actual interpretation of the Janhoi, if you actually look into the root of where that comes from as well, is when because they called it the Ethiopian king Janhoi Mida, the place where the king used to give his pronouncements. So in every region, where there's a region and there's churches, and where the monarch lives in the Addis Ababa, there will be like Janhoi Mida. And Janhoi Mida is the field, is like a gathering place where the people then gather and they put up the tents. Again, we're talking about the booths, the sukkot, right? The tabernacles. They put up the tents of the king, and the king will come there, and the king will give a pronouncement. They will put a tent up, and that tent was covered in red shama. You know the shamas, what they use to wrap themselves in the church. Well, when the king came to Janhoi Mida, they would build a tent for the king, and the tent covering would be made of shama, red shamas. So His Majesty was in the red booth. Now, have we not seen His Majesty in the red booth sitting at Kedos Georgis Cathedral at a certain ceremony? And His Majesty was there in his uniform, and they sat him in they put his booth in on the east wall, and then they turn it and they put it on the next wall, and then they put it on the next wall. You know, there's 8 walls on there's 8 walls on the architecture of the Kidos Georgis Cathedral. Well, I've seen them there where they move His Majesty's booth, and then His Majesty sits there, and they move his booth. They move his booth to corners of the church, and then the people then circle the church. You could like how they brought the tablet out of the church, as I was talking about earlier, how they brought out the tablet from the church after the coronation. And then they said unto His Majesty, Blessed be the King of Israel. May he live 1000 years. Those were the words uttered. Well, that was as the tablet was being encircled around the Kidus Georgis Cathedral. And at the time of the king's pronunciation, when he becomes a Baba Jan Hoy, is when the king used to proclaim, because the king, that was the rule of kings, the Feta Nagas, the king ruled by his word. So so when his king went to make a pronunciation at Jan Hoy Meda, a Meda is a field, as a meadow, as we say a meadow in the West, a Meda, as they say in Ethiopia. Jan Hoy Meda is where the king gave his proclamation under a tent made of covered with red shama. That is the origin of Janhoy Meter, and that is, and you hear Ras Amdi speak of His Majesty being in the red robes and the significance of it. I don't know the biblical reference there, but Ras Amdi does, But anyway, so what I wanted to say now, just that. So the idea of the millennium may live 1,000 years, but what we do have 1,000 years is Makeda. She ruled from 10,000. 1013 to 982. That's when so we do have in the Ethiopian king list at 1000 BC. We have a significance there. There's something very significant here because Makeda, is the one with the story. She's the one with the story of the child, and that child is the only recipient of the Solomonic bloodline. Even though you're going to say there's Rehoboam, Rehoboam, that's the son of Solomon. I think Rehoboam may be Menelik the First. I think that might be his biblical name, Rehoboam, because it is only there after there that around about 250 odd years after that period, that supposedly the Assyrians overtook Egypt. And when they overtook Egypt, that is the same period as when the kings of Israel vanished and went into Babylon. And this is where we got this is the origin of the Judaism. Not Judah. I'm talking about the Judaism, the Hebrew, the thing that has become Talmudic Hebrew. This is where it began. But also that is in the same period, 722, when they say that began. Also in the same period, that is when they say that the Roman Empire was founded. Rome was founded. That is the foundation of Rome in that same century, around that time, 720. But what do we have there? What we have there also is Neguselam II. Now, Neguselam II, they say that in the European thing, they say he was 716 BC, right? But I'll show you here in Ethiopian one, 752 to 740. You see, here's him born here, look, 11. Shabaka II, 752 to 740. Well, this is the period. So this is the African line. This is the real line of Judah. Because here we got Menelik the First. He's the 11th from the Menelik the First, and this now went right away. This now went right away to the Queen of Sheba. This went right away to the New Testament times. You see, this has come to the New Testament times. Now, and what they say is 5,500 years. This is the Ametaphida. So this Ametaphida now is, they say, when Christ was born, and this is like before Christ is the time of judgment, and then after Christ comes after this period now is the time of grace, right? But this here is going over the 0 BC. Look, it's 8 BC to 9 AD. You see this period. So this is Christ. If anybody is Christ, here he is. Bazen. This is Jesus Christos. This must be him. If Jesus Christos
Balthazar.
was born, huh?
Bazen's other name is Balthazar. That's the one.
Okay, well there you go.
Yes, sir.
So this is the, where is Jesus Christus? Here. This must be him. unless he's come from another line. Well, there ain't another line, Russ, because the other line has been. Where is the other line? Because he came from Jesus Christus came from the Jebusite line, right? He came from the African line. He came from the Hamite line. Even Ham and Shem, even I don't want to make that distinction there, but he came from the African line. He came from the Ethiopian line. So this is the Ethiopian line. The story of the Babylonian line is very suspect. It's a very suspect line. That is a fabrication. I think it's a fabrication. This is the real story this is the real story of Judah, you know. I haven't got time now, but one day I'll show the idea how they stole. I can see at what period of history that they took the African people out of the story, you know. And it began at the time of Joshua and finished at the time of David. So it finished around the time of the beginning of this what we were just talking about here, the beginning of the line of Makeda. You know, this is the African line coming from Makeda, Menelik the first. And if you add 363 years to there, if you add 363 years to this 957, you get 1320 BC. 1326 BC is the foundation of where the Sirius A and Sirius B start their journey. You know, it's a very important juncture of world history. And 363 is the epithet of the Lion Sphinx. It is not only called, it has a name called Year 363. It is called Yehorakti, Yehorakti or Horakata, right? It's got two different pronunciations of the Lion Sphinx. And the reason it's got two different pronunciations is because one is Ri Horakata and one is Rahakata, right? It's got two different spellings, and one has Ri before it, and that is the male, and the one without the Ri before it is the female version, because it is to do with the thing. But that 363, if you take my word from it, family, if you add 363 to this, you get 1320 BC. It's the pole of the earth. It is the most important juncture of the machinations working around the Sirius A and Sirius B cycles, both being counted from 1320 21 BC. And when I say 1320 21, the reason I use both is because the Ethiopian calendar in our minds starts in September. So that would be in 1321. And if we come after December, into January, it's 1320. So when you speak about this beginning of this juncture, you're talking in terms of Ethiopian thought. And what we have is the reckoning from the eve of a day. So that means the eve of a day or the eve of a year. The eve of a day is relevant to the eve to the previous quarter of the year, where the Roman world begins. You know, so this strength of His Majesty being, because His Majesty says this in his constitution. What does he say in his constitution? He says he is descendant from the dynasty of Menelik. It's written in the constitution. So is His Majesty, this great intelligent being, our divine intelligence, is he going to make up some kind of lie that this isn't true, that this is a fabrication, that this order of Menelik? It's true, but it's also a time. So, and I just want to say, as I got to the 5500 BC, right? When I got to the 500, well, I just showed the item at the end of this dynasty of Menelik, where it ends, right? On the next page. This is where the dynasty of, look, see, this is the dynasty of before and after Christ. This is where this dynasty ends, right? And then we've got another dynasty here after Christ, right? But is this the same dynasty? I think it is, Where does this dynasty end? Yeah, Sophia. Right. Well, this ends really. This dynasty ends. The end of Makeda's dynasty or Menelek's dynasty actually ends with the. But if we're going to consider this, it ends with the in the after the Nicene Council. You see, like it's gone all the way from 1000 BC to the Nicene Council. This is where the Nicene Council actually begins here, right? This is 320 after Christ. Look, yeah, that's it. At Sheba, at Biha, partly with his mother. Yeah. So so what I wanted to say, when His Majesty, I'll just show you this, right? When His Majesty made the church autocephalous, right? It was in when His Majesty made the church autocephalous was in that seems not to be working. Yeah, when the Majesty made the church autocephalous, it was in 1959, right? 1959 of the Ethiopian calendar. So if we take that from 5,500, right? You know, which was the time of Christ here, 5,509 actually. If we actually do 5,509, when they say that the Ethiopian calendar began to come to the time of Jesus Christ, if we take from that 1959, right, when His Majesty made, oh, sorry, let me do that again. Sorry. If we take from 5,509 minus 1959 equals, get out of the way, it equals 3,550, right? So that's 3,550 BC, right? So if we go in the Ethiopian King List and have a look at 3,550 BC from 1959, right? Don't forget, we're talking about the Ameta feeder. This is a specific period from the time when allegedly Jesus Christus was born, right? Which was the time of what are we doing now? No, we've gone too far. Yeah, which was the time of here, right? Before Christ and after Christ. So BC AD happened here, right? This is where it changed. So this is the Ameta feeder. This is the 5,500 years. Now, the calendar, the Mayan calendar, don't forget, which was supposed to finish in 2012, right? Which is 2020, right? Which you finished a 5 years ago. Is 5,125 years was that cycle. So there's something here. You see what I mean? This 5,125 years is the Mayan calendar. What they found in South America, in Southern American continent. So this 5,500, if we, as I say, it takes us back to 3,500. It took 3,550, right? So if we now go back in the Ethiopian King List to 3,550, this thing's in my way, this thing at the bottom. Can you see that thing at the bottom of the screen? That stop share thing, it keeps getting in my way. Oh dear. I need to get, oh, this is in my way. I don't know why this is in my way. Right. I just want to show you this, Russ, and I'm going to close it with this. I just need to show you this. Uh, right, 3,550 BC is here in this reign of this here. Look, Ho-Geb, right? Now in ancient Kemet, the name of the earth god was Geb, right? He's the grandson of Atum, and his name is Geb. And as I said to the idiom of this word ho, we've got this Jan Hoi here, Geb, right? And what's the significance of this now? This takes us right. This is the only in the whole of the Ethiopian king list. This is the only 100-year reign, right? And before it is a 72-year reign. Before that is a 30-year reign. After it is a 70-year reign, and after that one is a 30-year reign. These 30 years, they represent a lion. You know, a lion has 30 pairs of ribs in its. I'm talking about astronomy now. In ancient Kemet, they used the anatomy of animals to define the mathematics. So when you see the lion sphinx, the lion has got 30 ribs. It's the number 30. There's 30 degrees in the 30 degrees in the 360-degree circle of the zodiac. The 72 is a number. It is the number of the 72nd Psalm. There's 72 degrees in 72 years in 1 degree of movement of the 360-degree circle. There is the 100 and there is the 70, right? Well, this is a triangle. These are the measurements of the golden triangle. Now, as Lazarus, when I was giving the teaching on the square and the triangle, and I showed the item the obelisk on I showed the item the obelisk on I showed the item the obelisk on hang on. I showed the item the obelisk on the fallen statue of the Ark of the fallen statue of the Ark of the Covenant in
Axum.
in Axum. Let me show you the item. I'll just do it. Right, but what I want to show the item is this triangle, the golden triangle. You see here, in that what I just showed the item in the king list was 72 degrees. There's 72.5 degrees here, and 70 degrees there. Right, that gives if we do the mathematics with these are called integers. This is like these are like this is the arc of a circle, and this is the distance along. You know, this is called an integer from the Integrally African Church. And this is an integer as well. This line here is an integer. You know, this is the measurement, 96 degrees, the length of that line there. This is 96. And this is the arc of the integer. So this is mathematics and it is science. So if we multiply the integer by the 70 degrees, you remember the 70 in what I just showed the in the king list? And then the 96 by 72.5 degrees, which I showed the in the king list, which they don't say 72.5, it's 72 years, right? If we do the multiplication there and then add those numbers together, we get 1360. If we add 100 to that, right? Because what we've got is a triangle, right? What we've got is a triangle. Let me show the item. Where's the triangle? What we have is a triangle. Is it down here? Or is it further up? What we've got is the triangle. And this is what His Majesty is pointing us to. I'm telling you, Russ. This idea of His Majesty showing us the triangle. Yeah, it's up here. Yeah. Right. There's the fallen obelisk, right? There's the fallen obelisk. And this is the triangle. This is the measurements of the triangle. And look, and it's 70 along the bottom, 72.5 across the height, and it's 100 across the thing. The same measurements that are in the Ethiopian king list, which is protected by the two lions at the end of the horizon. You know, this is the horizon of the earth coming across here. This is from the Shabaka stone, by the way. This is the horizon coming across the earth. There's 30 at that end, 30 at that end. It's protected by two lions, right? Because the 30 degrees of the 12 of the 360. So this triangle is the golden triangle that His Majesty has directed us to. And this here is the Ark of the Covenant, right? Well, where does that symbol actually come from? It comes from the stars, right? It actually comes from the stars. And I'm going to finish it here, family, but I just want to show the item where it comes from the stars. Where is that? What was there? It was there. See it there? See it there? This is Cepheus, the Ethiopian king. And here is the Ark of the Covenant, that same image what we've seen in the fallen obelisk. Here it is. There, you see, and this is Cepheus. This constellation will come to be at the North Pole star in 2590. But previous to then, when it was at the pole star, was in 18,000 BC, roughly. And if we go to the 18,000 BC, if we go to 18,000 BC, which is in this house here, right? In this house here, this is the house 18. Look, this is from 17,617. So 18,000 is more up towards this Isis Sierra Scorpio thing, right? But it's Shu Tefnut. You see, so this is, and what is Shu Tefnut? Shu is the breath, Tef is the seed, and Nut is the water. This is the house of bread, right? This is the house of Bethlehem. Shu Tefnut, because when you get Shu, the air, which is moist, the breath, the wind, breath, and you get Tef, the seed, and you get Nut, the moisture, you get Injera. That is, you leave Injera to ferment for 3 days because it is the house of bread. And the house of bread was always found next to the house of the king of the Mida. In them times there, they always built an Injera house next to the tent of the king when they were in traveling mode, when they were the when a court was on the move, So this is where, so at this time in this period, the star, the square and the triangle was in the North Pole position, which is now in the position of Polaris, which has been since about 5,000 BC, But I can go on and go on and go on, Russ, but I won't, you know what I mean? Because I think that's enough food to actually fulfill what that His Majesty is, the fulfillment and the explanation. His Majesty is the explanation to all of this biblical
Yes, sorry, boy. You broke many codes there. Many codes.
Yes, I.
You got to repeat the last 5 minutes. One more time. Close it out. Repeat the last 5 minutes. Go back to the house. Go back to the house in the sky with Cepheus. Tell us about Cepheus and tell us about the bread again. Just one more time. Yes, sir.
Okay, King. I'll do that. Let me just find it. Right. So, well, you want me to go back and show you how should I go back from His Majesty, or you don't need me to go back there with the 5,500 years takes us to that triangle in the Ethiopian king list. The Ethiopian king list, that triangle takes us to the fallen obelisk, right? That takes us to the fallen obelisk in Axum, right? That's up here, I think. Yeah, it's up here, the fallen obelisk. That takes us to the fallen obelisk in Axum, which is the square and the triangle, which Lazarus teaches about. And that is related to the star, the constellation of Cepheus, which is down here. Okay. So this is this is where they get the idea of the square and the triangle from. Is in Cepheus, and Cepheus was the pole star in around 18,000 BC. One of these stars, I don't know which one it was probably this one on his knee. He's right on his he's right on his he's on the North Pole star, the North Pole of the ecliptic North Pole of the Earth. This star comes into that position, and it's going to come back into that position in 2,509. This is what they're expecting. This is what you hear the ancient, the brother there who teaches out of Egypt, Dr. Finch, Charles Finch. He talks about this coming of this Ethiopian king. But this is coming, but the actual, I'd have to go into, I could go into far more, much deeper, but I can show you actually that the Star King is now, right? And it's the Kokeb in Ursa Minor, which is because Ursa Minor, there's a star on Ursa Minor, which is actually the end of the panhandle of Ursa Minor, which is right on, it's called Polaris. It's right on the north and this equator. But this now, let's just go back into this. So this king is going to come in 2,509, but he was in place. 2,590 is going to come into place, but he was in place around 18,000 BC. And 18,000 BC in the Ethiopian, because this is not an ordinary this is not an ordinary calendar wheel. This is actually a processional one. I've actually turned it over. This is an ancient one, because the one now, you see where Pisces is down the bottom here. Well, Pisces will be up here. You see, Pisces will actually be here. Where Neath Virgo is, Pisces will be in that place, and it will be opposite. And Virgo will be down here. And but this is a processional one, so I've turned it over. So if we go back now, so here now is where we are now, right? Look, 1599. 1590 was a heliacal rising of Sirius in 1599. Just as 1600 came. That's when King James I came to the throne of England in 1601. That period. They're moving to these things, Russ. So that was 1590. That's where we are. But this is the time of Christ here. You see this 101 here? Let me make it bigger. You see this 101? This is the time of Christ. 0 is the time of Christ. and this is 142 BC, right? And this is 139 AD. This one is 139 AD, and the one before is 142 BC. So if we now go back in increments of, if we go back in increments of 2,166 years, right? Because this is precise, 2,166 year equinoctial zodiac paradigm. You know, it's from the south. This isn't a northern thing. This is the south. The south is Judah. That's what Judah represents. Judah represents the south. This is where the knowledge of the south comes from. So if we go back now, 2,166 years, these increments here are 2,166 years, each one of these ribs. So in this house now of Shu Tefnut is when the star of the triangle and the square was on the center of the pole. And Shu in ancient Kemet is, let me just show you. Let me just show you. I've got it here. Shu in ancient Kemet was I'll show you the Aeneid. This is why I say to you, like, when it's just His Majesty come, the whole lot of them have come. It's not just His Majesty has come. His Majesty is the fulfillment. Here's His Majesty, right? But this is the Aeneid. So Shu and Tefnut, right? So this is Atum, but Atum is the son of Ptah. He's not just Atum alone. He's got a father, Ptah, right? So he's a hidden one here, right? Ptah. And then there's Shu and Tefnut. Now, Shu and Tefnut is the Menfes Kedus, right? This is actually the equivalent of the male and female Menfes Kedus. And it has a seed because it's Shu is the heir, Tef is the seed. You know Tef, you know the Tef flower in Ethiopia? This is what it is, you know. Tef, it was an ancient god. If you look into Kemet, you'll see that the word Tef refers to an ancient god of the seed, right? Who come around in September. Why? Because that is when the rainy season was, when they sow the seeds. When they sow the seeds in Ethiopia, they've got two spring seasons. They've got a spring season in September. They sow seeds in Tef, September. So, and there's Nut, and Nut is the air or the moisture or the water, right? The water is the water, or so we've got the Shu Tef Nut, and this is the house of bread. This is the spiritual house of bread, because it takes when you're making injera, you get the air and you get the seed and you get the moisture, and they ferment, and they make, after 3 days in Ethiopia, they leave it to ferment for 3 days, and then they pour it and cook it on the third, after 3 days fermentation on the fourth day, right? So all these ideas where you see of Christ rising from the dead and all of these things, and He came from Bethlehem, right? This is Bethlehem. And then there's Geb and Nut. So this is his consort. So look at what is on his head. What he has on his head is a bird. This is the because this bird is the Menfes Kedus from them. And this comes to earth because he's the earth god. So he now is connected to him. This is Horus, right? But these now are the grandchildren of actually Atum. These are the children. These are the 4 children, Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Nephthys, which represent the four quarters calendar, the 4 quarters of the earth. That is the north and south. This is the story, the earliest creation story. You'll see that Osiris, that Seth and were judged by Geb, and he told Geb, he said that Seth was his firstborn, and then he realized that they were both equal, but he had to give one the power over the other, so he gave Horus the power over Seth. And he made him the king of the 2 lands. He's the wearer of the double crown, right? So this what they called it Enid, and the Egyptians didn't call it the Enid. They called it the what did they call it? I've got it here. The Pesed jet. You see, and you see that jet, the DJ there. You see that word as in lidge and jet, and there's also the knowledge of the spiritual knowledge. They called it Inebu hedge, right? Inebu hedge. You see, this DJ is a thing like as in the name for Jehuti. It can be Jehuti or it can be Tahuti. Jehuti or Tahuti. But this DJ is a royal demarcation, as it is in Lidge. You know, a Lidge is a royal son. So this letter using the D and J together is is a symbol of royalty. So here we got the Pe, Sej, Et. The Pe, because the Pe, what was the Pe? The Pe in ancient Kemet represent the African gods. You always see a Pe. If you see a picture of what they call a kneeling, when you see the images of a person kneeling down, they are the Pe. You see, and the Pe and the Je is the Pejet, is the Pesejet, is the royal blood. You know, the royal children. This is so. So this year, these people are all here. All these people are in the Ethiopian kingdom, in that last Ethiopian kingdom that we had on earth. I'm telling you, these gods were replaced. We got Menelik here, we got Ras McConnell, we got Yeshimabet. We can put we can give these, we've got you see who this is? This is Zoditu, we've got Zoditu, we've got Tatu. We got all of them in, because there's three. Don't forget, there's three. There's the Holy Spirit, which they only give a male. They only give the Holy Spirit a male demarcation in in this modern thing what they've got going on. They don't see this Menfes Kedus as male and female. But if you go into Proverbs, Proverbs chapter 8 and the virtuous woman, or not the virtuous woman, the woman who was with him, the intelligence who was with him before the creation of the world. She was there before. She was there at the beginning. It says, because she was here at the beginning. But in the modern, what do they call it? Misogynic, doing away with woman in the thing. They've got rid of her. They've got rid of Tefnut, and they've made it just this Menfes Kedusas, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Iris. Well, it ain't. It's God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Mother. Is a three. Is the original Trinity. This Trinity without the female, the Trinity without the female element is unreal. That's why His Majesty created the coronation with and he crowned Empress Menen at the same time of the coronation. So this is, so all of this is um, African. This is the African line. And this is the line that we have to know about, the African line, because this thing where they're coming through after David and going down through Hezekiah and that route there, the northern route, is a bullshit. Excuse my language, but it's not true. I don't believe it's true. It's not. They're into interlopers. They're into and as we know by these, it's turned into these white Jews and the kingdom of Israel, and the state of Israel, is a whole lot, is a whole, it is a path of wickedness, which then, as our honorable Rasamdi brought out, with the Ezra's chapter 12, verse 30, and the coming of the lion and the coming out of the forest and condemning the eagle. But the eagle initially You see, this is a thing as well. You see, they stole the eagle because the eagle belonged to the people, the Oba kings of Benin, which was called Ephraim. There, that's Ephraim. The people of Benin is Ephraim in the Bible. And their symbol is the eagle. And shall I go on for a little bit, family? Give me a feedback here, but I can show you plenty more.
Yes, sir.
Neguselam, I pray that I and I have to
Yes,
seal
sir.
up people because I still was forwarding to the coronation of the crowning of the queen as well.
Okay, King. Well, I'll leave it there, Russ. I didn't mean to go too deep, but
Yeah,
when I get into this, I can get carried away.
yeah.
So I give thanks, Russ, but I'll leave it there, and we can do another time.
Yes, I give thanks. Aye.
Yeah, I'm going to stop the share, family. Give thanks. Abacadus Kadamawi Haile Selassie. Shine your lights. Let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart ever be acceptable in thy sight, O Holy King of Israel. Aye. Yes, I. I'm going to stop the share.
Aye.
Yes, I. Give thanks.
Yes, I. Hold on. Neguselam, lekimu. Give thanks. Yes, I. Aye. Sila. Yes, I. Once again, welcome to the state of Neguselam. This is season 2, session 2, part 2. The Tawahido Negus, Malcolm Sipkat, the bridegroom cometh. The holy bridegroom cometh. The prophecies of the prophets that the Messiah will come, redeem his people from bondage. Discussing this holy Tibet time of the coronation and the fulfillment and the culmination of the prophets of the prophecies from the first advent to the second advent, where our prophet Saint Yarad talk about in our Tawahido way about the symbolic of Ethiopia in the first Zion and the second symbol of Zion, Sila, Aliyah. And thus we have the Psalms of the coronation, involving the coronation of His Imperial Majesty, Abukadus Kinamari Hatelasi Exir, and Her Imperial Highness, Empress Menen, Asfa, Waleta Georges. Yes, I. So, at this time, I would like to proceed forward with the Psalms for when the Empress Menen come forward into the coronation for the coronation forward into I Sila. Yes, I. At this time, I will ask if Sister is on the line. Queen Ifea, the I still there?
Blessed love, I'm here. I'm at work. I'm
Oh, the
here.
Isaac.
I give thanks.
Isaac work.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was gonna ask
Yes.
if the I wanted to read, but if the I is at work, then you can't read nothing at work. If the I not, it's not possible. Hi, the I. Yes, sir. Give thanks.
You stop the share, Russ.
Yeah, I'm trying to bring it forward up again here. All right, let's try and I go into this here. Yes, sir. With the prophecies of the Majesty. Oh, hold up for 1 sec. Prophecies of His Majesty. Concerning the let's go here. Psalm. The Psalms crowning His Majesty by the church, Tawahedo Church, on November the 2nd, 1930, at the St. George's Cathedral, is the fulfillment of prophecies of the prophets for the coming of the Messiah to redeem his people from bondage. For we said Malcolm Stepcat, which concerning the prophecies of the prophets concerning the Messiah coming to redeem his people from bondage, the spiritual bondage and physical bondage. The first psalm we have recited is Psalm 122, verse 1 through 9. I was glad when they said unto I and I, let me go into the house of the Lord. Our feet shall stand within thy gates, O Jerusalem. Jerusalem is built as a city that is compact together, where the tribes go up, the tribes of the Lord, unto the testimony of better Israel. Give thanks to the name of the Lord, for there are set thrones of judgment, the thrones in the house of David. Pray for the peace of Ethiopia, Jerusalem, they shall prosper and love thee. Peace be within thy walls, and prosperity within thy palaces. For my brethren's companion's sake, I will now say, peace be within thee. Because in the house of the Lord our Amlak, I will seek thy good forevermore. I will seek thy good forevermore. The next psalm is Psalm 72, 1 through 11, that was chanted during the coronation, which was a prayer for a king asking Exhibir for justice and righteousness so he can rule justly, save the needy, and bring peace to the people. The passage describes the king's reign as being long and abundant, with peace prevailing and the righteous flourishing. It also contains prophecies that his dominion will extend globally. His enemies will submit, and kings from faraway lands will offer gifts, with all nations ultimately serving him. Psalm 72, 1 through 11. Give the king thy judgments, O Exhibir, and thy righteousness to the king's son. He shall judge thy people with righteousness, and the poor with judgment. The mountains shall bring peace to the people, and the little hills by righteousness. He shall judge the poor of the people. He shall save the children of the needy, and shall break in pieces the oppressor. They shall fear thee as long as the sun and moon endure throughout all generations. He shall come down like rain upon the mown grass, as showers that water the earth. In his days shall the righteous flourish, and abundance of peace so long as the moon endureth. He shall have dominion also from sea to sea, and from the river unto the ends of the earth. They that dwell in the wilderness shall bow before him, and his enemies shall lick the dust. The kings of Tarshish and of the isles shall bring presents. Kings of Sheba and Seba shall offer gifts. Yes, all kings shall fall down before him. All nations shall serve him. Eliai. Ethiopia, Koheb Negusi. The Ethiopia Star King. The next Psalms, prophetic Masonic Psalms, oriented at the coronation of His Imperial Majesty, Abacadus Kadamare, Haile Selassie Siome Xibia, and Her Imperial Majesty, Empress Roletta, Empress Menin Asfor, Roletta Georgius, Psalm 45, verse 1 through 2. In the King James Version reads, my heart indited in a good matter. I speak of the things which I have made touching the king. My tongue is the pen of a ready writer. Thou art fairer than the children of men. Grace is poured into thy lips. Therefore, Exhibir has blessed thee forever. This passage praises a king's fairness and eloquent words. often interpreted as a reference to the Messiah. Verse 1, the writer declares that their heart is full of a good and important topic, and they will write about it with the skill of a ready writer, composing a poem or psalm about a king. Verse 2, the verse directly addresses the king, praising him for being more beautiful than any other person and for his lips being filled with grace. Conclusion, because of these qualities, the verse states that Exubir has blessed him forever. The next psalm in the verses, Psalm 45, my heart is inditing a good matter. I
Oh,
speak of
the Russ,
things.
Brady Russ?
Yes,
Bra- Um, Queen Ifea came through and said she couldn't read, you know. She sent a message through. I don't know if the eye saw it.
She said she could.
Yeah, she came through just a minute ago and put a message up saying she's free to read now.
Okay.
I
All
press
right.
A. Yes, sir. Yes, I'm
Yeah.
able now.
Okay. Well, I wanted to run through the Psalms they use for the king, and then with these seal up, they come in for the queen. Aye. That's good.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Aye. Psalm 45. When the king received his sword, they give him the sword. My heart is inditing a good matter. I speak of things which I have made touching the king. My tongue is the pen of a ready writer. Thou art fairer than the children of men. Grace is poured into thy lips. Therefore, Exubia has blessed thee forever. Gird thy sword upon thy thigh, O most mighty, with thy glory and thy majesty. Selah. Psalm 45, verse 4 through 6 describes a king who rides prosperously because of truth, meekness, and righteousness. The passage states his right hand will teach him awesome things, and his arrows are sharp, causing his enemies to fall. The verses conclude by declaring, Ixubir's throne is an everlasting, and the scepter of the kingdom is the right scepter. And in thy verse 4, in thy majesty ride prosperously because of truth and meekness and righteousness, and thy right hand shall teach thee terrible things. Verse 5, thy arrows are sharp in the heart of the king's enemies, whereby people fall under thee. Hot. Verse 6, thy throne, O Exhibir, is forever and ever. The scepter of thy kingdom is a right scepter. Thus, this is the Tawahido Negus. This is the long awaited one, which is the meaning of the name, O Ethiopia. He's the meaning of, he's the full meaning of the name, Ethiopia. He's the reason why we was given the name Ethiopia. The place, the sacred land, well, he shall be given the gold of Sheba. The sacred land where he shall be given the gold of Sheba and the crown on the yellow gold of Ethiopia. Selah. Psalm 45, verse 4 through 6. In thy majesty ride prosperously because of truth and meekness and righteousness. And thy right hand shall teach thee terrible things. Thy arrows are sharp in the hearts of the king's enemies, whereby the people fall under thee. Thy throne, O God, is a forever and ever. The scepter of thy kingdom is a right scepter. Psalm 110, verse 1 through 2 states, the Lord says to my Lord, sit thou in my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. The Lord will extend your mighty scepter from Zion. Rule thou in the midst of thy enemies. This prophetic passage is interpreted as Yahweh Exubir speaking to the Messiah, Adonai, promising him a position of honor and power with ultimate victory over his enemies. Verse 1, authority and victory. The Lord says to my Lord, this is understood as divine conversation between Exhibia and capitalized Lord speaks to the Messiah, my Lord, sit at my right hand. This symbolizes a position of the highest honor and authority next to Exhibia until I make your enemies your footstool. This signifies complete and total subjugation of the enemy's fireball. Verse 2, rule and power. The Lord will extend your mighty scepter from Zion. This indicates that the Messiah's power will come from Zion and be a symbol of his authority. Hence, the symbol of his government and the power of it as well. A symbol that the kings hold, that our brethren tell us about just now. He described about the symbol of the ark. And also, that's why we said Ethiopia, Toheb Neguse, the Ethiopian star king, fireball, rule in the midst of your enemies. This is a direct command to the Messiah to reign and exert dominion over those who oppose him. Fireball. Psalm 45, 4 through 5 describes a triumphant king riding forth in victory for the causes of truth, humility, and justice, with his right hand performing awesome deeds. The passage uses vivid imagery of sharp arrows piercing the hearts of the king's enemies and the nations falling beneath his feet. For he shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips shall he slay the wicked with the words of truth and right, signifying his overwhelming power and success. This imagery is often interpreted both literally and metaphorically as a celebration of a righteous human king, and more profoundly as a prophecy about the Messianic King Christ. Verse 4, a call to a mighty warrior king to ride out in splendor and majesty in pursuit of truth, humility, and justice, to speak of the king's right hand accomplishing awesome and awe-inspiring acts. Verse 5 continues the metaphor with the imagery of the king's sharp arrows piercing the hearts of his enemies. It states that peoples will fall under his power and his feet. Fireball. In that majesty, ride prosperously because of truth and meekness and righteousness. And thy right hand shall teach thee terrible things. Thy arrows are sharp in the hearts of the king's enemy, whereby the people fall under thee. Fireball, hot. Psalm 45, Psalm 44, 1 through 3. This is a passage where the psalmist recalls and affirms past victories that Israel experienced not through their own strength, but through Ixabeer's direct intervention. The verse states that the psalmist's ancestors told them of Ixabeer's great works in their day, like driving out nations and planting better Israel in their place. The key message is that these past conquests were accomplished by Ixabeer's power, not Israel's own military might. Verse 1. The psalmist begins by stating that they and their fathers and mothers have heard with their own ears about the wonderful things Ixabeer has done in their ancestors' time. Verse 2, Ixabeer disposed the nations, depossessed the nations with his hand, and planted the ancestors, afflicting people and causing Israel to spread out. The passage emphasizes that these victories were not won by better Israel's sword or arm, but by Ixabeer's right hand and your arm and the light of your countenance, because you had delight in them. Fireball. Psalm 123. We have heard with our ears, O Ixabeer. 44. 1-3. Our fathers have told us what works thou did in their day, in their times of old. How thou didst drive out the heathen with thy hand and planted them. How thou didst affect the people and cast them out. For they got not the land in possession by their own sword, neither did their own arm save them, but thy right hand and thy arm, the light of thy countenance, because thou hast a favor unto them. Fireball. Psalm 45, 7-8 describes a king who loves righteousness and hates wickedness, leading God to anoint him with the oil of gladness above his king's garments are fragrant with myrrh and aloes and castor, and string instruments bring him joy in ivory place palaces. This passage is often interpreted as a messianic prophecy, with the king representing Negus Christ and his fragrant robes symbolizing his excellent character and the joy of his anointing. Verse 7, you love righteousness and hated wickedness, therefore Exibir, your Exibir, has anointed you with the oil of gladness above your companions. Love of righteousness, this phrase highlights the king's moral excellence and passion for what is right. Anointing with oil of gladness and anointing oil was a symbol of consecration, joy, and divine blessing. The oil of gladness signifies a deep, abundant joy given by Exibia. Above your companions, this phrase points to the king's superior position, a concept that is often seen as foreshadowing Negus' unique exaltation above all others. Verse 8, all your robes are fragrant with myrrh and aloes and castor from ivory palaces. String instruments make you glad. Fragrant robes, the scent of myrrh, aloes, and castor were precious spices often used in religious or royal contexts and are used here to symbolize the king's glory and the fragrance of his character and action, righteousness and holiness, idleness, ivory palaces, and music. The image of string instruments from ivory palaces evokes a scene of great splendor, joy, and celebration, further emphasizing the king's blessing and glorious state. Fireball. 45, 7 through 8. Lovers righteousness and hateth wickedness, therefore Exibir, thy Exibir has anointed thee with the oil of gladness above thy fellows. All thy garments smell of myrrh and aloes and castor out of the ivory palaces whereby they have made thee glad. Fireball, hot. Psalm 21, verse 1 through 13 is a royal expression the key attitude to victory, honor, and life, emphasizing trust in the Lord and proclaiming Exibir's power to defeat enemies. The passage highlights the blessings of divine favor, including the king's long life and prosperity, and serves as a victory song with a call for Exibir's strength to be further exalted. Joy and blessings from Exibir. The king rejoices and shouts for joy because Jah has given him victory and granted his heart's desires. Victory. God has blessed the king with success, honor, splendor, and majesty. The king's life is extended forever. Eli, Sila, Ababa Janai. The king's life is extended forever. Overstand that. And he is crowned with blessings of joy and glory. Overstand this. He's ever living. The king's life is extended forever. And he is crowned with blessings, joy, and glory. The king's trust in Exibir ensures he will not be moved. He's a pillar. He's a mercy seat for the faithful. Hallelujah. Selah. Verse 7 through 8. Confidence in Exibir's protection. The king is confident that he trusts in Exibir's unfailing love will keep him from stumbling. The psalm declares that Exibir strength will defeat all enemies who hate him. Enemies will be consumed as if by a fiery furnace, fireball hot, with their descendants destroyed. The passage states that their evil schemes will fail, fireball. They will turn and flee when they seize Exibir's arrows, fire, hot. A concluding call to worship. The passage ends with a powerful exclamation. Be exalted, O Lord, in your strength. Highly I, highly I, highly I. Overstand that. This final verse is a call to praise Exibir for his mighty power, with the psalmist and the people joining in song and praise. Fireball. Psalm 21, verse 1-3. The king shall joy in thy strength, O Lord, and in thy salvation how greatly shall he rejoice. Fireball. Thou hast given him his heart's desire, and hast not withholden the request of his lips. Selah. For thou preventest him with the blessings of goodness. Thou settest a crown of pure gold on his head. Fireball. Hot. What is the meaning of Psalm 151? Fireball. Hot. Red hot. Psalm 51 is not in the standard Hebrew or Protestant Catholic Bibles, but it's included in the Septuagint, Greek Old Testament, and found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It is a two-part autobiographical Psalm of David, describing his calling as king by Ixubir, despite his humble origins and his victory over Goliath, which was achieved by Ixubir's power rather than human might. Its meaning centers on themes of divine election, Ixubir's providence, and victory through weakness. Fireball, hot. Yes, I, Selah, and I give thanks for the part of the first part of Psalm 151, the calling of David. David describes himself as the youngest and the smallest of his brothers, a shepherd who made musical instruments like a harp, or lyre. He was chosen by Ixubir over his taller, handsome brothers because the Lord looks beyond outward appearances. Victory over Goliath. David recounts going to fight the Philistine who cursed him by his idols. He attributes his victory to Ixubir, not his own strength. After killing Goliath with his sling, David used Goliath's own sword to behead him. Fireball. Key meaning: divine election. Ixubir chooses the humble and unlikely for great tasks, not the physically impressive. Victory through weaknesses. Human strength and weapons are not the source of victory. It comes from Ixubir power working through the weak. This is seen as the prefiguration of Christ's victory through the cross. Ixubir's providence. The events of history unfolds according to Ixubir's sovereign plan. Praise and thanksgiving. The psalmist is an act of praise to Ixubir for deliverance and for the honor of being the chosen. Fireball. Hot. Give thanks. Selah. The psalm of a genuine one of David, though extra composed when he fought in single combat with Goliath. I was small among my brethren and youngest in my father's house. I tended my father's sheep. My hands formed a musical instrument, and my fingers tuned the lute. Who shall tell my Lord? The Lord himself hears. He set forth his angel and took me from my father's sheep, and he anointed me with his anointing oil. The coronation of his imperial majesty, and Empress Menen Asford. On this day, Rastafari Makanin receive a new name, Haile Selassie, meaning power of the Trinity. Fireball, hot, Stila. In comes the Empress Menen for the coronation. The king is a crown, and the king is blessed, and he's crowned. Thus comes in with the queen coronation. Fireball, Sila. At this time, I will ask our sister and our first vice, Queen Afia, and of the Empress Menen Unit, Local 49, will you recite, if you can, at this time? Aye.
Yes, I perfect love. Do I want me to read what is on the screen?
Yes, I. These are the
Yes.
psalms that was used and the meaning that they used when they crowned Empress Menen, part of the coronation. These are the psalms that they used to crown her. These are the verses. And so here are the meaning of the verses, and then afterward, they are the verses themselves.
Okay. Yes, I. Candy, I just put it forward to the extended or expand it a little bit for me, please. It went down. Can I expand it? Expand this the text. Can I hear I love it? Love Rastafari?
Maybe he stepped away, sister. Looks maybe he stepped away from the phone. I don't know.
Okay, I wanted him to expand. Okay, I can do it from. It came off. It came off the screen now. Okay, what happened?
Yeah, he's cut off. His
Is
phone has dropped off.
he dropped off? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. While he's
Maybe his
probably
phone went dead yeah, maybe he went dead or something.
yeah. Yeah, while he's probably getting ready to return, it's the whole journey of Her Majesty with the authentication of His Majesty really has been a very interesting journey for many of I and I, you know, and the misinterpretation from a biblical perspective that has been shared with I and I, even growing up in the Rastafari, that they use the Bible, the King James version of the Bible, as a validation for the family, the man, and particularly the role of the woman, and specifically in Rastafari, you know. And from my experience, I've seen where it has caused so much, not just spiritual, but psychological entanglement. And so it was left on I and I individually to kind of make a dictation for myself and to find the real Cushite anciency of the meaning of the king and the queen and the representation from that Ivan perspective. Because when you're looking at the there is forwarded chaplain.
Yes, I see, Lam. I pray that my phone was getting hot there, so I had to
Okay.
forward down. So I'm gonna bring it up on the screen for the eye. Yes,
Yes.
see,
Yeah.
if I can again, and my phone is getting hot. Fireball. Let's see what it will
Yeah,
do now.
it's red. It's
Oh,
red.
yeah.
And also, just to remind ourselves, I saw that they were making a call for the next platform. I think there's a scheduled meeting for the is it the agriculture, or was it I see that they said local 144, is it? Was gonna make a presentation, and I were being invited. So I saw the call coming in while I
Okay.
was sealing up the
Yes, sir.
deliberation. So I'm assuming that I and I by 5 o'clock I and I will be sealing up here, right? I'm
Yes,
assuming.
yes, I. Well, yeah, I can. When I just
All
recite
right.
this. Yes, I. Can
Yes,
I see?
yes, yeah, I'm seeing it now. Yes, I give thanks. Yes, as I and I were saying, you know, glory to words and glory to sound and glory to the power that it brings, and give thanks for the information that is bringing, that the eyes and others are bringing to the forefront in relation to the truth of Ioni's Ivine King and Ivine's Queen, and the relationship that will help to create a greater sense of strength, a greater sense of confidence, and a greater sense of encouragement in bringing forward the concept of the ionification of Ioni's family. So on here in Psalm 45, 9 through 14, is that what it?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. King James Version. It is a passage that describes a queen in a royal setting, part of a wedding song. The verses focus on the queen's beauty and her preparation for the king, detailing her royal companions and her glorious attire, including robes of many colors and clothing woven with gold. It is interpreted as a literal, it came off the screen. Is it my side it's coming from? No, it came off the screen.
No,
The
no, no,
text came
no,
off
no,
the
no.
screen.
Yeah, that's my side.
Mhm,
I'll tell the eye.
mhm.
I'm just gonna put it back there. Fire bar.
The iris that are transmitting at this time is very mystical, and it can be frightening at times if I don't understand the whole fullness and dynamics of what is taking place in iration. All right, where was I? Gold. It is interpreted as a literal description of a human king and bride, or symbolically as representing the Messiah and his church. Yeah, I can continue. It's a little bit too large. Let me see if I can bring it down. King's daughters were. Am I to read this one, Chaplain?
Yes,
9. We're okay. Yes, I give thanks. King's daughters were among thy honorable women. Upon thy right hand did stand the queen in gold of uproar. Hearken, O daughter, and consider and incline thy ear. Forget also thine own people and thy father's house. So shall the king greatly desire thy beauty, for he is thy Lord, and worship thou him. And the daughter of Terah shall be there with a gift. It came off again. Yeah, is there, I love it.
No, he's come off again, sister. Oh yeah, he's come back.
It's
He's come back.
yeah, it seemed like the phone, he said his phone has gotten hot and probably
Yeah, yeah,
it
yeah.
disconnecting. Yeah. The hotter the battle, the sweeter the victory, I guess.
Yes, well, these things are sent to try, you know.
Or patience.
Yes, sir, yes.
Neguselam.
Yes, sir.
It could also be
Is
that
it?
the time that
Mm-hmm.
was agreed. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Do unto others is a golden rule, and it's just the results of the word. Yep. So it's the results of the word that people's is manifesting, is coming to fruition. So, the time's supposed to be a certain time, but if that is not upheld by the speakers of it, how can the power be understood um when it backlashes? Because when you lash back, you get a backlash, and that's just the science of it. Not nobody else doing, but it's just that a certain time was set, time has passed. Give thanks.
I love it. President, tell us what time I need to do now. Raskimian.
Can I see the screen?
No, Russ. It's gone off. It's the screen. We can see the screen, but the picture, what the eye was sharing is gone.
Is that there now?
Yeah,
It's
it's
there.
there.
I also we do I spec. I'm not sure if Raskimian is still on, but he was blocking a sound in relation to timing, and I expecting timing, and I'm not sure if he was making reference to a particular thing, and I was drawing his attention just to get a iris. How he said
Yes,
the
I.
time on Zoom. He said the
What?
time on Zoom is up. I just saw it came up on the
Okay.
screen.
But this the last.
Uh, just
This the
It's
last
gonna
song
all
right
right.
finish
Let
here.
me
now. It's
just.
gonna finish. It's got 15 seconds. It's gonna finish.
Okay.
This
Oh,
not,
okay.
not gonna finish. It'll finish when y'all finish, because y'all hold the power to uphold your word. So you don't uphold your word, just keep on going, no matter what I say.
Um,
But this the last one. This the last two you have to read right here, screen. And chill it up.
all right, let me just finish off this here. Where was I now again? Verse 12, was it?
Yeah.
Yes. And the daughter of Tyre shall be there with a gift. Even the rich among the people shall entreat thy favor. The king's daughter is all glorious within. Her clothing is of wrought gold. She shall be brought unto the king in raiment of needlework. The virgins or companions that follow her shall be brought unto thee. Glory to words and glory to sound and glory to the power that it brings. Did I not
Yeah.
end it there?
Yeah, we can end it there. That's really that's the last it's the it's the last song. You got two more. You got one. It's 145, 10 to 11, 45, and then 45, 12 to 15. It's just telling the meaning of the psalm. It instructs a daughter by
Okay.
if its meaning was of a Muslim, so it's telling her to forget her father's house and come into the king in the fullness
Yes.
of
I think
everything.
I should continue. I don't want I to end this way, but I think I should put a continuation on this discussion because there are some things that I would like to share as they express what they have shared about Anna as Ivan King and to go into the next level of platform that our president just spoke about and I maintaining a greater sense of discipline.
Okay, then. Well, all right. We can revisit. Because this we cut last drum. We cut it short. Because everything that was going on. So we was trying to seal it up this strong because we went short last strong. We cut it. But everything's good. We just revisit on the next section, but it won't be mentioning this material, but we could go into it. So I give thanks. At this time, I will ask the president to play the national anthem so we can seal it up with the national anthem.
For some reason, I doubt that Raskimian is still on the line. I think they're on another platform waiting for I and I, or I'm not sure if that meeting that they that was scheduled if it's sealed up already.
Okay, let me see. Let I and I would just play the national anthem, and then we could go out. Uh, uh,
swiftly gather. Your children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our Negus high, who keeps Ethiopia free, to advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness leading. We hail to our God and our King, humanity pleading, one God, us all. Ethiopia, the tyrants are falling, who once more peace underneath. Children are artically calling from over the distant sea. Jehovah the Great One has heard us. He has come to protect us from wrong.
Give thanks, Neguselam. Give thanks once again for everyone to come forward for this time, for this state of Neguselam, the Tawahido Negus, Malcolm Sipkat, the Holy Bridegroom Comet, the prophecies of the coming of the Messiah to redeem his people from bondage. Give thanks for we, the black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage. We do hereby establish on the day in this Constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation incorporated to His Imperial Majesty as Commander-in-Chief of the Mahel Safari. Besame Ab, Wael, Memphis Kudus, Haile Akal, Abakudus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie Siam, Exhibia, Sila Melakan. Adhu Ab, Wael, Memphis Kudus, Haile Akal, Abakudus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie Siam, Exhibia, Sila Melakan. Be with the weak in this time. Be with the sick in this time, O Lord. Be with those suffering this time, that the hungry may be fed, the naked clothed, the sick nourished, the aged protected, and the infants cared for, and the shuttlers sheltered, and the prisoners visited, and those uneducated in Christ's heavenly manner, educated in the manner thereof. Be a very near help in times of trouble. Go to thy children that in help this time, Father. Make a way for them. Soothe their heart, give them confidence, and give them courage to step through and with the bright and morning star day. Highly I. Apakadus Kinamawe, I disalasi CM Exhibia. I. Give thanks.
Aye. Giving thanks.